The city of Warsaw in the late 19th century was a place that measured its breaths in whispers and drew its curtains early. Under the heavy hand of imperial occupation, to speak the Polish language aloud or to teach a child their own history was considered a dangerous act of sedition. Yet, it was within this compressed, watched world that Maria Salomea Sklodowska arrived in the winter of 1867, born into a family that carried its intellect underground, possessing a quiet collective understanding that ideas were the one asset an empire could never confiscate. Before her lay an improbable path. It was a journey that would take her from the secret rotating parlors of Poland's clandestine flying university to the freezing sixth-floor garret rooms of Paris, where she survived on a sparse economy of bread and tea while dominating her classes at the Sorbonne. It was a life that would forge an historic partnership of absolute minds with Pierre Curie, leading them to a drafty disused dissecting shed on the Rue Londe. Inside that makeshift laboratory, choking on caustic fumes and stirring boiling vats of pitchblende with an iron rod as tall as herself, she tracked an invisible atomic anomaly to its source, discovering two entirely new elements, polonium and radium, and proving that the atom was not indivisible but possessed a restless, energetic interior. Marie Curie would become a global icon, the first person to win 2 Nobel Prizes, and the only individual to ever claim them in 2 different scientific disciplines, physics and chemistry. Yet, behind the sterile myth of the historical monument lies a complex, flesh-and-blood human story. It is a narrative of profound triumphs balanced by devastating losses, a toxic press smear campaign that threatened to shatter her career, and an untiring wartime heroism that saw her personally drive a fleet of mobile X-ray vehicles onto the battlefields of the Western Front. Ultimately, it is the story of an unyielding obsession with objective truth, and a life of total, absolute devotion to a science that would permanently reshape the modern world, even as the luminous elements she discovered slowly claimed her health. This is the unfiltered account of that untamable mind. This is Marie Curie, the unstoppable element. Chapter 1: The Flying University. The city of Warsaw in the year 1867 is a city that breathes carefully. It exhales in whispers, draws its curtains early, and measures its words the way a cautious man measures poison, with great precision and great fear. The streets are wide and cold, lined with buildings that wear their grandeur like a memory of something that once was free. Russian soldiers move through the thoroughfares with the particular ease of men who belong everywhere they are not wanted. And the Polish language, when it dares to rise above a murmur in public spaces, does so with the practiced nonchalance of someone pretending they are not doing exactly what they are doing. It is into this world, compressed, watched, quietly defiant, that Maria Salomea Sklodowska arrives on the 7th of November 1867. She is born into a family that carries its dignity the way certain trees carry their roots, invisibly, underground but with tremendous force. Her father, Władysław Sklodowski, is a man of learning and of loss. He teaches mathematics and physics in a Warsaw gymnasium, and there is something in the way he speaks about numbers and natural laws, a reverence, a kind of hushed excitement, that will find its way years from now into his youngest daughter's hands and never quite leave them. He is gentle and precise. He believes in education the way some men believe in God, not as a comfort necessarily, but as a truth that demands your entire life. Her mother, Bronislava, is something rarer still. She is the director of a private school for girls, a woman of warmth and iron, whose presence in a room carries both softness and authority simultaneously. She plays the piano. She speaks 4 languages. And she is, even as Maria is born, already carrying within her body the slow and silent progress of tuberculosis, that patient thief, that long goodbye. Maria is the youngest of 5 children. Above her come Zofia, then Józef, then Bronislava, called Brania by the family, and then Helena. They live in a Warsaw apartment that smells of chalk and wood polish, and on Sunday evenings, of something warm from the kitchen. It is a household in which books are not decorations, but tools, not privileges, but necessities, and the children understand from an early age that ideas are the one thing the Russian Empire cannot confiscate, provided you are careful about where you keep them. Poland in the 1860s is not a nation. It is an occupation with a name. The January Uprising of 1863, that desperate, beautiful, doomed attempt at independence, has been crushed with the methodical brutality of an empire that has learned, through long practice, how to dismantle hope. In its aftermath, the Tsar tightens his grip. Russian becomes the mandatory language of instruction in Polish schools. Polish history is rewritten, minimized, erased where possible. To speak of Poland as a country, to teach Polish children that they have a culture worth preserving, becomes, in certain contexts, an act of sedition. Władysław Sklodowski understands this. He teaches his physics lessons in Polish, which costs him his supervisory position and, eventually, his salary supplement. He moves his family from apartment to apartment, taking in student boarders to manage the income, and the extra people in the house mean extra noise, extra drafts, extra complications. But he does not stop teaching. The lessons continue. The conversations at the dinner table continue. The books do not disappear from the shelves. Maria learns to read when she is 4 years old. This is not a thing that anyone particularly plans or orchestrates. It simply happens, the way certain natural events simply happen, in the way water finds the low point in a landscape without being directed. One afternoon, her older sister Branya is laboring through a reading lesson, finger tracing the letters with careful effort, and Maria watches. She watches the way she will always watch, completely, silently, hungrily, and then she picks up the book and reads the passage aloud, perfectly, without hesitation. The room goes quiet. Branya stares. Their mother looks at the small girl with the book, and for a moment, her expression is layered. There is pride in it, unmistakably, but there is also something more complicated, something that knows, perhaps, that gifts of this magnitude do not make a life easier. They make it larger. And larger things catch more wind. Maria does not understand, at 4, that she is exceptional. She understands only that the letters arrange themselves into meaning, that the meaning is interesting, and that interesting things deserve attention. She will operate on this principle for the rest of her life. The years of early childhood move with the particular texture of childhood in difficult times, vivid in moments, muted in the longer stretches, punctuated by events that the child records without yet being able to interpret them fully. There is the warmth of her father reading aloud in the evenings, his voice giving shape to poetry and history and scientific wonder in equal measure. There is the school where she will eventually sit, rigid with effort, learning what is officially permitted while her mind runs along the edges of what is not. There are the moments when she catches her mother coughing, and the sound is wrong in a way she cannot name but cannot unhear. When Maria is 9 years old, her sister Zofia dies of typhus. The oldest sister, the first child, gone in the swift and terrible way that infectious disease moves through a family, suddenly, completely, with no negotiating. The apartment changes after that. Not in any way that can be precisely mapped, but in the way a room changes when something essential is removed from it. The proportions feel different, the silence occupies new spaces. And then, 2 years later, the thing that has been approaching for so long finally arrives. Bronislawa Sklodowska, who has been managing her illness with the same disciplined intelligence she brought to everything else in her life, dies. Maria is 11 years old. She stands in the space left behind by her mother and does not, as some children might, collapse into it. She contracts around her grief instead, holds it close and still, and carries it the way her father carries his, as a private and interior thing, not displayed, not dissolved, simply born. She is not a cold child. She is a child who has learned, through no one's intention but circumstances' slow instruction, that feeling deeply and showing it freely are not always the same action. She throws herself into school with an intensity that her teachers notice and occasionally find overwhelming. She has what people who do not quite know what to do with brilliance sometimes call an intimidating memory. She reads something once and it settles into her, ordered and available, as if her mind is a library where everything is always already filed correctly. She wins prizes. She finishes first in her class. These are not the achievements of someone trying to be impressive. They are the achievements of someone for whom the alternative to mental engagement is simply too painful to consider. Warsaw's official educational system, under Russian administration, offers Polish girls a very specific and carefully circumscribed vision of what they are and what they might become. They are taught to be manageable. The curriculum permits certain kinds of knowledge and closes the door firmly on others. There is no question of a Polish girl attending university. The University of Warsaw does not admit women. And the universities of Western Europe, which do, might as well be on the other side of the moon for all the access a girl of limited means in an occupied city has to them. But Warsaw has a secret. It is called by those who know it, the Flying University, though it will also be called, in later years, the Floating University, and the name is perfect, because it does not stay in one place long enough to be caught. It has no building. It has no official address. It meets in private apartments, in back rooms, in parlors cleared of furniture to make space for the students who arrive quietly, in small groups. Having memorized not a school's location, but a rotation of locations, a different address each week, a map that exists only in the minds of those who need it. The Flying University teaches what the Russian authorities forbid: Polish history, Polish literature, Polish science. It teaches women, because the institutions that exist will not. It is staffed by men and women of scholarship, who understand that education is, under certain conditions, an act of resistance, and that the transmission of knowledge from one mind to another cannot ultimately be governed by a czar's decree, only inconvenienced by it. Maria comes to the Flying University when she is 17 or 18 years old, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it changes her, or rather that it reveals her, the way removing something from obscurity reveals what was always there. In the apartments where the lessons are held, surrounded by young women who want knowledge with the same aching urgency she feels, she discovers that her hunger is not aberrant. It is shared. It has a community. And that community, fragile and clandestine and fiercely alive, will be the first in a long series of found families, found cities, found spaces of belonging that will define the geography of her adult life. She studies biology. She studies sociology. She studies what she can access of the natural sciences, which is not as much as she wants. The Flying University has its limits, and laboratory equipment is not something you can carry to a different parlor each week, but it is enough to confirm what she has been suspecting since she was a small girl, watching her father explain how the physical world obeys laws, actual laws, consistent and discoverable, and not subject to the whims of any empire or administration or individual opinion. The laws of nature cannot be rewritten by decree. This is perhaps the most subversive thought she has encountered, and she holds it like a small warm thing in her chest. But there is another agreement in the Skłodowski household, made between Maria and her sister Brania, with the particular solemnity of two young women who understand exactly what is at stake. Brania wants to study medicine. There is a university in Paris, the Sorbonne, that admits women. The cost of this ambition, for a family without wealth, is the problem. And the problem requires a solution that both sisters can see, but that requires something significant from each of them. The agreement is this: Maria will go first to work as a governess, a tutor in the households of wealthier families. She will send her earnings to Brania in Paris. Brania will complete her medical degree. And then, when Brania is established and earning, she will bring Maria to Paris and support her in turn. It is a covenant of pure practicality and pure love, and it will hold for years. So Maria Skłodowska, a girl of 18 with first-place academic honors and a mind that her teachers have struggled to keep occupied, takes herself off to the countryside to care for other people's children. The position that lasts longest and matters most is with the Żurawski family in Sztuki, north of Warsaw. It is a beet sugar plantation in the flat, open landscape of the Mazovian region, a place where the horizon is very long and the winters are extremely serious, and where the nearest intellectual stimulation is at whatever distance Maria is able to create for herself from the resources available. She is 19 when she arrives. She is responsible for the education of the Żurawski children, primarily the daughters, and she takes this responsibility with full seriousness, not only because it is her income and her obligation, but because she believes, in some fundamental way, that educating a child is never a trivial task. She is a good teacher. She has her father's patience with confusion, and his insistence on real understanding rather than mere recitation. But she is also doing something else, quietly, in the hours not claimed by her official duties. She is educating the children of the local peasant farmers. In a small room, in her free time, she is running her own version of the Flying University, a ground level one, a one-room one, accessible to the children of people who would not, in the normal arrangements of their world, have any access to formal learning. This is, she is aware, technically illegal under Russian law. She is aware, and she continues. There is something in her relationship to rules, even this early, that can be distinguished from recklessness. She is not careless about the risks. She is simply more committed to the principle than she is deterred by the consequence. The countryside teaches her things that Warsaw and its books have not. It teaches her loneliness in its full dimension. There are evenings at the Żurawski house when the isolation is so complete, so unrelieved, that she writes letters to her family that border on despair. She describes feeling lost, purposeless, humiliated by the dependence inherent in her position, which requires her to be forever useful and forever peripheral, present in the house, but not of it, educated enough to be employed, but not empowered enough to pursue what that education might actually lead to. And then there is the matter of Kazimierz Żurawski. He is the eldest son of the family, a young man studying mathematics at the University of Warsaw, home on holiday with the particular energy of someone for whom the world is opening rather than closing. He and Maria find, quickly, that they inhabit similar intellectual territory. They talk. They talk at length. They talk the way two people talk when they have each found, unexpectedly, someone capable of following their thought wherever it leads. They fall in love, or something very close to it, something serious enough that Kazimierz proposes marriage, and Maria considers it, really considers it, allows herself to feel the full weight of what it would mean to be chosen, to be kept, to stop the long circling motion of postponement and simply be somewhere with someone. But the Żurawski family refuses. A governess is not a suitable match for their son. Maria's family, though educated, has no money, no land, no position of the kind that makes a daughter-in-law acceptable in their social calculus. Kazimierz, who is perhaps not quite the person Maria needs him to be in this moment, does not fight the refusal with enough force. He yields. He stays. And Maria is left in the position of continuing to live and work in the household of a family that has just declined to have her as a member of it, caring for children whose older brother loved her and did not love her enough. She endures this with a composure that is, in retrospect, extraordinary, not because she is unfeeling, but because she has been practicing all her life the discipline of containing feeling in order to continue functioning. The letters she writes during this period suggest someone in genuine pain who has decided, with great deliberateness, that the pain will not win. She is building something. She is not yet sure what its final shape will be, but she knows it requires her to still be standing when the building is complete. She remains in the countryside for several years. There are other positions after the Zurovskys. There are other households, other children, other parlors where she reads her physics and mathematics textbooks by whatever light is available after the day's duties are done. She writes to her brother Yusef about her studies, and the letters are full of a kind of fierce, almost combative intellectual excitement. She has been reading this, and it has led her to think about that, and she has a question about this problem which she cannot resolve, and can he send her this book, and what does he think about this theory? She is doing something that, for a woman in her situation, is essentially heroic without being recognized as such. She is educating herself, at the edges of permitted time, with the resources she can assemble, against the institutional certainty that she is not the kind of person for whom this education is intended. And all the while the plan holds. The money goes to Paris. Branya studies. The years pass with the slowness of years that are preparation for something else. Years that are not quite yet the life, but are the necessary precondition for it. It is 1891. Maria Skłodowska is 23 years old. Branya has graduated, married a Polish doctor named Kazimierz Deluski, and is now writing from Paris with the news that has been the purpose of everything. Come. Come now. There is a room. There is the Sorbonne. There is the science that has been waiting for you in the only way that waiting can be honored, by arrival. She packs her things in the Warsaw apartment she has returned to. Her father, older now, quieter, watches his youngest daughter with an expression she will carry with her across the border and across the years. She travels by train, 4th class, because that is what she can afford, sitting upright in a wooden seat with a folding chair she has brought for extra room, her luggage around her, moving west and north across the continent toward a city she has not seen and a future she can only approximate. The journey takes several days. She crosses into Germany. She watches the landscape change through the window, the long flatlands of Poland giving way to something different, something that does not hold its breath in quite the same way, something that feels, even from this distance, more open. She is moving toward chemistry and physics, and the deepest structures of matter. She is moving toward 2 Nobel Prizes, toward uranium and radium and polonium, toward a life of such luminous achievement that her name will be spoken in the same breath as Newton and Darwin. She is moving toward an office in Paris, toward a Nobel ceremony in Stockholm, toward a laboratory that she will build from nothing in a shed with a leaking roof and a stove that does not work. She is moving toward Pierre. But she does not know any of this yet. She knows only that the train is moving, and that she is on it, and that after years of being somewhere she was not supposed to become, she is finally going somewhere she is. The city falls away behind her. The lights of Warsaw diminish and disappear. Maria Skłodowska sits in her 4th class seat, with her folding chair and her luggage and her extraordinary, inextinguishable mind, and she goes. Chapter 2: Hunger and the Sorbonne. The train moved through the November dark like a slow exhale, its carriages packed with travelers wrapped in wool and silence. Steam rose from the engine in great white billows that dissolved almost instantly into the Polish cold, and the fields beyond the windows were flat and silver, glazed with early frost, stretching toward a horizon that seemed to have no end. Marie Skłodowska sat near the window with her knees drawn close and her coat pulled tight around her shoulders, watching the landscape she had known her entire life disappear into the distance behind her. She was 23 years old. She had waited for this moment for what felt like most of her life, and now that it was finally here, it did not feel the way she had imagined it would. It felt quieter than that. Steadier. As though something that had been held under tremendous pressure for years was only now slowly beginning to breathe. She carried with her a small trunk, a few books wrapped carefully in paper, and the kind of hunger that has nothing to do with food. She had grown up in Warsaw under Russian occupation, in a household that valued knowledge the way other families valued silver or land, not as decoration but as survival. Her father had been a teacher of physics and mathematics, a man who kept scientific instruments on a shelf in the parlor and spoke about the natural world with the reverence that some men reserve for prayer. Her mother had died of tuberculosis when Marie was 11, a loss so foundational that it had shaped the architecture of everything that followed. Her seriousness, her discipline, her refusal to accept any answer that was not precise and true. Poland, under the grip of Russian imperial rule, had no university that would accept women. The laws were blunt and unapologetic in their exclusion. And so Marie had done what young women of a certain ambition and a certain desperation sometimes do. She had found another way. For years, she had participated in the Flying University, a clandestine network of educators and students who met in private apartments, rotating locations to avoid detection, teaching and learning in secret because the authorities had decided that knowledge was a thing that needed to be controlled. She had studied there in the evenings, in candlelit rooms, with the awareness that being caught could carry real consequences. But she had also made a promise to her older sister Branya, a promise that was the kind of agreement that binds two people across years and distance and sacrifice. The arrangement had been simple and extraordinary. Marie would work as a governess in the Polish countryside, sending most of her salary to Branya in Paris so that Branya could complete her medical degree. And when Branya was finished, when she had her degree and her footing and her life, she would in turn help Marie come to Paris. Help her get to the Sorbonne. The years of that arrangement had been long. Marie had worked in the estates of families who were sometimes generous and sometimes cruel, who sometimes treated her as a member of the household and sometimes as furniture that could speak. She had fallen in love with the eldest son of one such family, a young man who had been too weak to defend that love against his parents' disapproval. And the ending of it had left a mark that she carried quietly, without drama, pressing it down into the place where she kept things that were not useful to dwell upon. But Branya had finished. Branya had written with the address of her apartment in Paris, and the words that Marie had been reading and rereading for months. Come. The time is now. Come. And so the train moved west through the November dark, and Marie sat with her coat pulled tight, and the fields of Poland disappeared behind her one by one. She had planned the journey with the methodical care she brought to every practical problem. To save money, she had traveled in the fourth-class carriage, the cheapest available, which meant wooden benches instead of upholstered seats, no heating, and a cold that seeped through the floor of the carriage and settled in the bones after the first hour. She had packed her own food, bread and sausage and a small tin of tea, and she had brought a blanket, and she had brought her books, because the journey would take many hours and there was no reason not to use them. Around her, other passengers slept or spoke in low voices or stared at the dark beyond the glass. Marie read. She read with the focused attention of someone who understands that time is not a renewable resource, who has learned through long practice to extract every usable minute from whatever circumstances the day provides. The border crossing came in the small hours, and there were officials with lanterns and papers, and then the character of the landscape began to shift, subtly at first, and then unmistakably, as Poland gave way to Germany and Germany eventually gave way to France. By the time dawn began to lighten the sky, the fields outside the window were different. The towns were different. The signs were in a language she had been studying for years, a language she read fluently but had spoken only in practice, in the rooms of Warsaw, with a teacher who had done her best to approximate the actual music of French speech. Paris arrived not as a single revelation, but as a gradual accumulation, the outer suburbs first, rows of buildings pressing closer together, the tracks multiplying beneath the train, the sense of density increasing with every kilometer, until finally the train pulled into the Gare du Nord, and the noise and the smoke and the immensity of the city came through the windows like a change in pressure. Marie gathered her things. She lifted her trunk. She stepped onto the platform, and stood for a moment in the din of arrivals and departures, the cries of porters and the hiss of steam, and she breathed the air of Paris for the first time, which smelled of coal and bread and something else she could not name, something that might have been possibility or might simply have been a city. Bragne's apartment was in the Latin Quarter, not far from the Sorbonne, and it was warm and full of the organized chaos of two young professionals building their lives in a city that moved at a pace that Warsaw never had. Bragne's husband, Kazimierz Deluski, was a physician and a man of considerable energy, and their apartment was a gathering place for Polish expatriates, writers, scientists, students, activists, who came to talk and eat and argue late into the night. For a few weeks, Marie lived with them, grateful for the warmth and the food and the presence of her sister, the familiar sound of Polish spoken without caution. But the arrangement was not built to last. The apartment was small. The evenings were noisy. And Marie had not come to Paris to be comfortable. She had come to study. She enrolled at the Sorbonne in the autumn of 1891. The Faculty of Sciences. The registration process was straightforward and extraordinary in equal measure. Straightforward because the Sorbonne, unlike the universities of Poland and Russia, accepted women, had been accepting women for nearly 20 years by then, and treated their enrollment as an administrative matter rather than a philosophical controversy. Extraordinary because Marie had been waiting for this moment for the better part of a decade, and now she stood in a queue with other students, filling out forms, receiving a student number, becoming in a single afternoon something she had wanted to be for as long as she could remember, a student at one of the great universities of the world. She wrote her name as Maria on the official forms, then crossed it out and wrote Marie. It was a small thing, and it was not a small thing. She was in France now. She would be French here, or as French as a Polish woman who had grown up under Russian rule could be, which was to say, she would be herself, but translated, adapted, made legible to a new context. Marie? She repeated it quietly to herself as she walked away from the registration desk. Marie? It fit her differently than Maria did. Lighter somehow. More forward-facing. The lectures at the Sorbonne were conducted entirely in French, and the French of the professors was not the careful, textbook French she had studied in Warsaw, but the rapid, idiomatic, accent-heavy French of native speakers who assumed competence in their audience and moved accordingly. For the first weeks, Marie sat in the lecture halls and caught perhaps 3/4 of what was said, filling the gaps with concentration and context, and later with her textbooks, working backward from what she had understood to reconstruct what she had missed. By the end of the first month, the gap had narrowed to a half. By the end of the second month, it had narrowed to almost nothing. She had an exceptional memory and a tenacity that did not permit her to accept partial understanding when complete understanding was available, at cost of effort, to anyone willing to pay. But there were other gaps to manage, gaps that effort alone could not close. Her preparation in Poland had been remarkable given the circumstances. The flying university, the long hours of self-study, the father who had taught her physics at the kitchen table, but it had been incomplete. The Russian curriculum that she had formally studied before leaving Warsaw was behind the French curriculum in certain areas, particularly in mathematics. She recognized this in the first weeks with the clear-eyed honesty that was one of the most defining qualities of her mind. She did not pretend the gap was smaller than it was, and she did not despair about it. She simply began, methodically, to close it. She worked in the mornings and in the evenings and on the weekends. She asked questions of the professors during their consultation hours, questions that were precise and technical, which they answered with the respect that precise and technical questions reliably produce. It was during this first year that she made the decision to move out of Bragne and Kazimierz's apartment and find a room of her own. The reasons were practical. The Latin Quarter was closer to the university than the neighborhood where her sister lived, which would save her the commute, important in winter, important always when time is money and money is scarce. But the reasons were also temperamental. The evenings in Branya's apartment were warm and social and full of noise, and Marie found that she could not think properly when there was noise around her. She needed quiet, the way she needed air. She needed to be able to sit at a table at 11 o'clock at night with a book and a problem and no sound but the settling of the building around her. And she could not have that in an apartment that doubled as a social club for the Polish diaspora of Paris. She found a room in the Latin Quarter. It was on the 6th floor of a building on the Rue Flatters, a garret room of the kind that Paris provided to students and artists and anyone else who needed shelter without means, small, low-ceilinged, with a window that looked out over the rooftops and a single lamp that cast a yellowish light over everything. The room contained a bed, a table, a chair, a small iron stove, and nothing else. There was no running water on the 6th floor. There was no heating beyond what the iron stove could provide, and what the iron stove could provide depended entirely on whether there was fuel to burn in it, and fuel cost money. The rent was modest by Paris standards, which is to say it was still a significant percentage of what she had. The winter of 1891 into 1892 was cold. Not the gentle chill of an inconvenient winter, but the hard, structural cold of a northern city in the depths of December and January. The kind of cold that has weight and intention, that does not merely visit the body, but occupies it, settling into the hands and the feet, and eventually the chest if one is not careful. Marie was often not careful. Or rather, she was careful about the things she had decided mattered, and warmth was not one of them. She would light the stove in the evenings when she could afford coal, and when she could not, she would sit at her table in her coat with her gloves on, the fingertips cut away so she could turn the pages of her books, and she would work. In the mornings, the water in the wash basin was sometimes frozen solid, and she would look at it with the same expression she brought to all obstacles, not irritation, not self-pity, but a kind of calm assessment followed by a practical response. She would put on her coat and go to the library. She ate very little. This was partly a matter of economics and partly a matter of priority, and it is genuinely difficult at this distance to determine which came first. She had a budget for food, and she adhered to it with the same precision she brought to scientific calculation, and the budget was small. Bread, chocolate sometimes, because it was dense and caloric, and she had discovered that a square of chocolate in the afternoon could extend her concentration for another hour. Tea, which was cheap and hot, and which she made on the iron stove in the evenings when the stove was lit. On good days, she might add an egg or a small piece of cheese. On ordinary days, the bread and tea were sufficient, or they were not quite sufficient, and she did not permit herself to notice. There were days when she fainted. She would be standing in the lecture hall or walking across the courtyard of the Sorbonne, and the world would tilt and narrow, and she would have to hold on to something. A railing, a doorframe, the arm of a surprised fellow student, until it righted itself. She did not mention these episodes in her letters home, not because she was ashamed of them, but because she knew that if she mentioned them, her father would worry, and her father's worry would accomplish nothing except to add to the weight he already carried. She mentioned instead the lectures, the professors, the books she was reading, the library, which was warm and large and filled with the particular silence of accumulated human knowledge. She was aware that she was not eating enough. She was aware that the cold was eroding her in small ways. She was also aware, with a clarity that never left her, that she was at the Sorbonne. That she was studying physics and mathematics at one of the finest universities in the world. That outside that garret window, beyond the rooftops and the chimneys of Paris, the laboratories of science were full of questions that no one had yet answered, and that she was training herself, with every cold morning and every meager meal, and every hour at that table in her coat and her cut fingertip gloves, to be the kind of person who could go into those laboratories and answer them. This was not martyrdom. She was not performing suffering for an audience. There was no audience. There was only her and the books and the problems and the certainty, quiet, unshakable, and privately held, that she had come here to do something real. The Sorbonne was, in its way, a world in itself. Its lecture halls were wide and old, and smelled of chalk, and the particular mustiness of institutions that have been accumulating knowledge for centuries. The professors were men of significant distinction. Paul Appel in mathematics, Gabriel Lippmann in physics, others whose names she had encountered in the pages of journals and textbooks before she had ever set foot in France. To sit in their lectures was to be in the room with the actual production of understanding. And Marie brought to each lecture the same focused attention she brought to everything. Not passive reception but active engagement. The mind moving alongside the speaker, testing each proposition, following each proof, noting where she needed to return for further study. Her fellow students were almost entirely men. The few women who attended the Faculty of Sciences were a small enough number that they were noticeable, and being noticeable carried its own particular pressure. There were professors who addressed the class in the masculine collective out of habit or conviction, whose gaze, when it moved around the lecture hall, seemed to skip over the women as though they were gaps in the seating rather than students. There were fellow students who were curious, some warmly, and some with the edge of skepticism that has always accompanied the presence of women in rooms where men have previously assumed unchallenged dominion. Marie noticed all of this with the same clear-eyed attention she brought to everything, and she responded to it in the way that she would always respond to such things, by doing the work precisely and completely, and allowing the results to constitute her argument. She made few close friends in those early years. This was not unfriendliness. Those who knew her described her as warm, intensely attentive in conversation, possessed of a dry and unexpected humor that surfaced occasionally in the gaps between seriousness. But her time was structured around a purpose that left little room for the ordinary socializing of student life. The café evenings, and the long argumentative discussions that were the texture of Parisian student experience in the 1890s. She was polite, and she was present when she was present, but she was also always a little apart. Her poverty contributed to this. One does not linger over coffee when coffee is a luxury. One does not join friends for dinner when one's dinner consists of bread at a table in a garret 6 floors above the street. She did, however, walk. Paris in those years was a city in the process of becoming the Paris of the 20th century. The great boulevards that Haussmann had cut through the old medieval fabric of the city in the previous decades were now fully established, lined with gas lamps that filled the evenings with a warm, diffused light. The Seine moved through the city with its habitual indifference to human affairs, and the bridges arched over it with a grace that Marie noticed even when she was tired, even when she was cold, even when she was thin from not eating enough and her mind was fraying at the edges from too many hours of concentrated study. She walked across those bridges in the evenings sometimes, between the library and her room, and she looked at the city laid out along the river, and she felt something that she could not precisely name, but that was adjacent to gratitude, adjacent to wonder, adjacent to the particular joy of being exactly where you need to be. She wrote to her father regularly. The letters were careful and loving and strategically optimistic. She described her progress. She described the lectures. She asked about his health, about her brother Józef and her sister Helena, about the conditions in Warsaw, always with the awareness that Warsaw existed under constraints that Paris did not, that the world she had left behind was not free in the way the world she had entered was free. She did not tell him about the fainting. She did not tell him that some mornings she lay in her cold bed and performed a kind of internal negotiation, listing systematically the reasons to get up before she could make her body do it. She told him she was well. She told him she was working hard. Both of these things were true. By the end of her first year at the Sorbonne, the mathematical gap had significantly narrowed. She could see it closing the way one sees a distance close when one is walking toward something. Not in sudden leaps but in the steady accumulation of ground covered. She asked her cousin, Joseph Bogusky, who ran a laboratory in Paris, if she might use some of the laboratory space after hours to conduct small experiments, to keep her practical skills from atrophying while she focused on the theoretical work the coursework demanded. He agreed. She began to appear in the laboratory in the evenings, working at the bench with the same quiet intensity she brought to the library, learning the relationship between the world of equations and the world of glassware and apparatus and result, between what the mathematics predicted and what the physical substance of reality actually did. The examinations at the Sorbonne were comprehensive and demanding, and the results were posted publicly, which meant that one's performance was not a private matter but a social fact, visible to faculty and fellow students alike. When the results of the physics license examination were posted in the summer of 1893, Marie's name appeared at the top of the list. First in her class. She stood before the posted results and read her name and the number beside it. And then she read it again, and whatever she felt in that moment she did not record for posterity, but those who knew her, who understood the years of waiting and the garret, and the cold, and the bread and the tea, and the faintings she never mentioned, can reconstruct something of it. It was not triumph, or not only triumph. It was something quieter and deeper. It was evidence. It was proof that the calculation she had made years ago, that this was worth it, that the cost was proportionate to the thing she was working toward, had been correct. She wrote to Branja that evening. She wrote to her father. She used plain language, as she always did, describing the result without embellishment. She had passed her examinations. She had placed first. She was well. She was grateful. And then, because the evening was still young and there was work to do, she went back to her table. The following year, 1893 into 1894, she undertook the mathematics license alongside an industrial research commission that would provide her with a small stipend, enough to make the difference between managing and not managing, between the bread and tea economy of the previous 2 years and something marginally more sustainable. The commission had engaged her to study the magnetic properties of steel, and she threw herself into it with the same organized intensity she brought to everything, moving between the library and the laboratory, and her table in the garret with a kind of purposeful rhythm that had by now become the structure of her days. It was during this period that a young physicist named Pierre Curie entered her life, introduced by a mutual acquaintance who thought they might find each other useful. Pierre was 34, 8 years older than Marie, and already a scientist of considerable accomplishment. He and his brother Jacques had discovered piezoelectricity a decade earlier, and he had done important work on the relationship between temperature and magnetism. He was also by temperament someone who existed outside the ordinary social calculations of his profession. Unworldly in certain ways, deeply serious in others, possessed of a quality that Marie would later describe as a kind of moral beauty, a consistency between his values and his life that she had rarely encountered. They met in the spring of 1894, in an apartment belonging to a Polish physicist named Józef Wirusz Kowalski. Pierre was looking for laboratory space for a colleague. Marie was working on her research commission. The conversation between them began as the conversation of two scientists, careful, precise, interested, and became something more than that in the way that certain conversations do, crossing some invisible threshold from the professional to the personal without either party quite being able to identify the moment it happened. Pierre was astonished by her. He said this later, openly, without embarrassment. He had met many educated women in Paris, but Marie was something different. The quality of her mind was extraordinary, and more than the quality, it was the manner of it, the refusal to perform or posture or manage her intelligence for the comfort of those around her. She spoke about her work the way Pierre spoke about his own, which was to say, as though it was the most important thing in the world, because to her it was. He began to seek out her company. He wrote her letters that were technically about science, and actually about something else, which she read with the careful attention she gave to everything, and answered with a precision that kept the door open without quite walking through it. She was not ready for what he was offering, or she was not certain she was ready. She had been hurt before, by a young man in Poland who had allowed his parents to override what he had claimed was love, and the mark of that was still there, pressed down in the place where she kept things that were not useful to dwell upon. She was also considering returning to Poland, to Warsaw, to her father, to the question of whether and how she might pursue science from within the constraints of a country that was still not free. She had completed the physics license. She was completing the mathematics license. She had what she had come to Paris to get. The question of what came next was genuinely open. The summer of 1894 came, and the days lengthened over Paris, and Marie sat in the examination hall one more time and wrote her mathematics examination with the same focused, unhurried intensity that had served her in every examination before it. When the results were posted, her name was again at the top of the list. First in the class. Second license. 2 degrees from the Sorbonne's Faculty of Sciences, both with first-place finishes, from a woman who had arrived 3 years earlier in a fourth-class carriage with a small trunk and a few books wrapped in paper, and the kind of hunger that has nothing to do with food. She was 26 years old. She had survived the cold, and the hunger and the isolation and the long years of waiting. She had narrowed every gap, closed every distance, answered every question the coursework had posed to her. She stood at the edge of something large, not the edge of an ending, but the edge of a beginning, the kind that only becomes visible when enough groundwork has been laid to support the weight of what is about to be built. Paris was warm in the summer of 1894. The Seine moved through the city as it always did, indifferent and beautiful. Pierre Curie was writing her letters. The laboratories of the Sorbonne were full of questions no one had yet answered. Marie read the posted results one more time. She put on her coat. She walked out into the city. There was work to do. Chapter 3: A Partnership of Minds. The spring of 1894 arrives in Paris the way it always does, quietly at first, then all at once. The chestnut trees along the boulevards push out their pale green leaves, and the Seine catches the light differently, shimmering with a warmth that the long winter months had entirely forgotten. The city breathes again. Its cafes fill earlier in the evening. Its students linger longer on the bridges. And in a small apartment on the Ile St. Louis, a young woman named Maria Skłodowska, who has taken to calling herself Marie as the French do, sits at her desk in the final hours of the night, working. She is always working. The lamp beside her throws a narrow circle of gold across her papers, and beyond the window the rooftops of Paris are blue-black and still. She is 26 years old. She has been in this city for 3 years, surviving on almost nothing, on bread and chocolate when the money was especially thin, on the heat rising from a single small stove that she nursed through the winter like an invalid. She has fainted from hunger more than once, and refused to admit it. She has sat in lecture halls, where the other students were almost exclusively men, and met their curiosity with a stillness so composed it passed for indifference. She has earned a degree in physics. She is now pursuing a second in mathematics, because one was not sufficient for what she intends to do with her life. What she intends precisely, she cannot yet say. She knows only that she intends it completely. The commission that has brought her to the edge of a new chapter is a practical one. The Society for the Encouragement of National Industry has asked her to conduct a study on the magnetic properties of various steels, their composition, their behavior, their industrial applications. It is straightforward scientific work, the kind that can be measured and reported and paid for. What she needs is a laboratory space large enough to accommodate the necessary equipment. Her own rooms will not do. And so a mutual friend, a Polish physicist named Józef Kowalski, makes a suggestion. There is a man, he says, who might be able to help. A French physicist. A good scientist. His name is Pierre Curie. Marie does not think much of this at first. She has spent years navigating a world of male scientists who ranged in their attitudes from generous to grudging, and she has learned to hold her expectations lightly. But she agrees to the introduction, and so one afternoon in the spring of 1894, in the apartment of Józef Kowalski and his wife, two people walk into the same room for the first time, and the history of science pivots almost imperceptibly on that moment. Pierre Curie is 34 years old. He is tall and slightly stooped, with a quality of stillness about him that some people mistake for shyness and others recognize as depth. He has large, gentle hands, the hands of someone who handles instruments with precision and care, and eyes that are calm and dark and attentive in a way that makes the person he is looking at feel unexpectedly entirely seen. He is not a man who performs charm. He does not fill silences with words he does not mean. He simply is, in whatever room he occupies, with a kind of quiet gravity that draws things toward him without effort. He has already done significant work. Together with his brother Jacques, he discovered piezoelectricity, the phenomenon by which certain crystals generate an electric charge when subjected to mechanical stress. He has developed instruments of extraordinary delicacy and precision, tools for measuring electrical currents so small they were previously unmeasurable. He has published. He has thought deeply. He has also, in many ways, remained overlooked, passed over for academic positions he deserved, working in modest facilities with modest support, sustained almost entirely by the quality of his own curiosity. When he meets Marie, he is struck immediately. Not by her beauty, though she possesses an austere and serious kind of beauty, pale and fine-boned, her fair hair pulled back from her forehead, her gray eyes direct and unsentimental. He is struck by her mind. She speaks about her research with a precision and an enthusiasm that he recognizes, that answers something in him he had not known was asking a question. He has met very few people who think the way he thinks. He is not certain in this first meeting that he has ever met one. She, in turn, watches him carefully. She is not easily impressed. She has spent too long proving herself in rooms designed to exclude her to be moved by mere reputation. But there is something in the way Pierre speaks, not about his own achievements, which he mentions almost not at all, but about ideas, about phenomena, about the behavior of the physical world that commands her genuine attention. He is serious in the way she is serious. He cares about the same things she cares about. He is not interested in speaking over her. They talk for a long time that afternoon. When they part, something has been set in motion that neither of them could yet name. He writes to her shortly after. He asks if he might see her again, and his letter has a quality of direct simplicity that she finds more convincing than any studied eloquence. He tells her that it would be a great thing to be two scientists working together. He means it as a proposition about the mind, about the life of the laboratory, about the particular kind of companionship that only comes when two people share not just their hours, but their purposes. He does not yet know how fully he means it. She returns to Warsaw that summer for a visit, and there is a moment during those weeks in Poland when the future balances in the air, unresolved. Her family is there. Her language is there. Her country, occupied and diminished but still hers in every nerve and memory, is there. She had always carried within herself the possibility of returning, of teaching, of contributing to Poland's fragile, tenacious intellectual life from within. She has not surrendered that possibility. She does not surrender things easily. But Pierre writes to her while she is away. He writes with a sincerity that is almost formal in its carefulness, telling her that she has become indispensable to him in ways he had not anticipated, and asking whether there is some version of a life in which she might come back to Paris and they might continue together what they have begun. He is not a man who asks for things he does not mean. She knows this already, after only a few months, with a certainty that surprises her. She comes back. The year that follows, the autumn of 1894, the winter, the spring of 1895, is a slow, quiet courtship conducted almost entirely in the language of science and ideas, which is to say, it is conducted in the language both of them speak most fluently and most honestly. They meet in laboratories. They discuss experiments. They read each other's work and offer comments that are frank and useful and respectful in the particular way that respect between equals always is. They walk sometimes in the evenings through the streets of Paris, talking about symmetry and physics, about the nature of crystals, about what it might mean if certain phenomena that the textbooks classified as understood turned out on closer examination to be nothing of the kind. In June of 1895, Pierre Curie asks Marie Sklodowska to marry him. She says yes. The wedding takes place on the 26th of July, 1895, and it is almost aggressively simple, which is to say, it is exactly the wedding both of them would have chosen. There is no church ceremony. Marie, whose relationship to religion has long since resolved itself into something closer to the secular, requests a civil service only. There are no formal gowns, no elaborate flowers, no cathedral light falling through stained glass onto white silk. She wears a dark blue dress, practical, well-made, the color of deep water, because she has specified that she wants something she will be able to wear again in the laboratory. This is not an affectation of austerity. She genuinely means it. The dress will indeed be worn again, many times in the course of the work. The guests are few and dear. Pierre's family attends, his father Eugene, a physician who has already understood that this woman is exceptional, and who will love her for it throughout his long life. Marie's sister Brania comes from Poland with her husband, and there is in their reunion a tenderness freighted with everything the two sisters have been to each other. The pact they made years ago to take turns financing each other's education, the letters sent across borders, the particular intimacy of two people who have survived the same difficult history from slightly different angles. After the ceremony, there is a lunch in the garden of Pierre's parents' home in Sceaux, a suburb south of Paris where the trees are old and the afternoons are slow with the hum of insects. It is a warm day. The light is the particular luminous gold of a French July. People talk and laugh, and somewhere in the middle of it, Marie and Pierre sit together in the quiet that always seems to exist around them even in the presence of others. And the life they are going to build is already taking its first unmarked steps. A gift arrives from one of Marie's Polish cousins, a sum of money, enough to purchase 2 bicycles. This is, for Marie and Pierre, an ideal wedding present. They spend their honeymoon cycling through the countryside of the Ile-de-France, through small villages and long stretches of wheat fields, catching the summer light, stopping to eat bread and cheese under trees, reading in the evenings at small inns with low ceilings and the smell of wood smoke and fresh air. It is, by any conventional measure, an extremely modest honeymoon. By their own measure, it is precisely correct. They are moving through the world together, at their own pace, under their own power. It is a rehearsal for everything that is to come. They settle into a small apartment on the Rue de la Glacière, in the 13th arrondissement, a quiet, unpretentious quarter without the grandeur of the Marais or the fashionable churn of the right bank. The apartment is modest. The furniture is minimal. Marie is not interested in furniture. She is interested in the laboratory, in the work, in the particular quality of attention that the work requires and rewards. She sets up the household with the same systematic efficiency she brings to an experiment, necessary things in their necessary places, nothing superfluous, nothing that cannot be cleaned and maintained without consuming time better spent elsewhere. And there is time. There is, in the early years of this marriage, a quality of time that is difficult to describe without sounding like nostalgia, which it is not. It is something closer to a precise, sustained attention. The evenings are long, and the lamps are lit, and they sit at the same table working, sometimes in silence, sometimes speaking, the papers of one overlapping the papers of the other, the scratch of pencil on paper the primary sound of the apartment, punctuated now and then by the distant passage of a cart in the street below. Pierre is working on his doctoral thesis on magnetism, developing the theoretical framework that will eventually bear his name, the Curie point, the temperature at which a magnetic material loses its magnetic properties. Marie is continuing her research, now more expansively, in the school laboratory where Pierre has arranged space for her work. They are already collaborators in the fullest sense, not simply two scientists who share a household, but two minds that have learned to think in each other's presence, each sharpening the other, each providing a kind of resistance and responsiveness that makes the work better than either could produce alone. This is not a simple thing to achieve, and it is worth dwelling on for a moment. Scientific partnerships are rare in the genuine sense, not arrangements of convenience or hierarchy, but actual meetings of peer minds, each contributing distinctly to a common effort. The history of science is littered with collaborations that were, in practice, something rather less than that, where the work of one person was absorbed into the reputation of another, where credit moved predictably uphill. What Pierre and Marie are building is something different, and Pierre's role in making it so is not incidental. He is not a man who needs to diminish others to feel the full measure of himself. He actively, consistently, publicly regards Marie as his equal, not as a courtesy or a performance of progressiveness, but because he genuinely believes it to be true, because his own experience of her work has made it impossible to believe otherwise. She does not take this for granted. She has known too many rooms where it was not so. But she allows herself, in the privacy of this life, to simply work, to bring the whole of her concentration to the problems at hand, without devoting a portion of it to the task of justifying her presence. It is a luxury she has not always had. She uses it completely. The years of 1895 and 1896 settle into a rhythm. They work. They cycle on Sunday mornings when the weather permits, finding quiet roads outside the city where the air is different and the silence has a texture. They correspond with scientists across Europe whose work interests them. Pierre is awarded his doctorate in March of 1895, shortly before their engagement is announced, and it is celebrated with the same lack of ceremony that marks most of their milestones: a dinner, a conversation, then back to work. And then, in the first months of 1896, something arrives in the scientific literature that changes the direction of everything. In January of 1895, Wilhelm Röntgen in Germany had announced a discovery that sent ripples of astonishment through the entire scientific world: X-rays, invisible rays that pass through solid matter and left their impression on photographic plates, revealing the bones inside a living hand, turning the body itself into something partially transparent, partially legible. The world received this news with a mixture of wonder and unease that it reserves for discoveries that genuinely alter the boundary between the known and the unknown. Röntgen received the first Nobel Prize in physics for this work, though that recognition was still years away. And then, in February of 1896, a French physicist named Henri Becquerel, working in Paris, makes another discovery, quieter at first, less immediately dramatic, but with implications that will prove in time to be even more profound. Becquerel is studying the fluorescence of uranium salts. He wants to know whether fluorescent materials, after being exposed to sunlight, might themselves emit X-rays. He prepares his experiment carefully: uranium salt placed on a photographic plate, wrapped in black paper so that only rays, not ordinary light, can reach the plate. He plans to expose the uranium to sunlight, to activate its fluorescence, and then observe the result. But the Parisian sky in February is not always cooperative, and for several days the weather is overcast. Becquerel stores his wrapped plates in a drawer, the uranium salt still sitting atop them, and waits for the sun to return. When he develops the plates anyway, expecting perhaps a faint impression, he finds instead a strong, clear image. A dark fogging of the photographic plate that could only have been caused by rays of some kind passing through the paper. The uranium has been emitting rays in the dark. Without sunlight, without activation, without any external stimulus that Becquerel can identify. The rays are simply there, emanating from the uranium itself. Becquerel publishes his findings. He calls the phenomenon uranic rays. Most of the scientific community takes note, files the discovery into the category of interesting anomaly, and continues with other things. The full meaning of what Becquerel has found, the extraordinary, barely imaginable meaning, is not immediately clear to anyone. But Marie Curie, sitting in her laboratory in the autumn of 1897, is looking for a subject for her doctoral thesis. She is the first woman in France to pursue a doctorate in physics, which is itself a fact that she holds with characteristic composure, not as a banner, not as a burden, simply as a circumstance among circumstances. She needs a research question that is genuine, original, tractable, something that opens onto territory that has not yet been mapped. She goes to the library and reads. She reads widely and carefully, with the discipline that has marked every stage of her education. She reads the published accounts of recent discoveries, tracing the threads of open questions. She reads Becquerel's papers on uranic rays. Something in her recognizes the significance of the anomaly immediately. The question Becquerel has left unanswered: why does uranium emit these rays? What is the mechanism? What is the source? What is its nature? Is not a peripheral question. It is not a curiosity at the edge of the known map. It is a hole in the map. It is a phenomenon for which the existing framework of physics has no explanation whatsoever, and which therefore points with almost irresistible logic toward something genuinely new. She chooses it as her thesis topic. Pierre hears her reasoning and agrees, immediately and completely, that it is the right choice. He is not yet involved in the research. That will come later, as the scale of what she is finding grows beyond what one person can manage efficiently. For now, the investigation belongs to her alone, and she begins it in the winter of 1897 with the methodical, almost meditative focus that is entirely characteristic of the way she approaches any problem she has decided to solve. But before that winter truly arrives, there is another event, one that sits in a different register entirely from the mathematics of science and the geography of discovery, that has nothing to do with photographic plates or uranium salts or invisible rays, and everything to do with the simple, irreducible fact of a life being lived. In the summer of 1897, Marie Curie gives birth to her first child. They name her Irene. The birth takes place in early September, and Marie approaches the experience with the same quality of determined, unflinching engagement she brings to everything, not without feeling, not without the full weight of what it means, but without melodrama, without retreat. She has planned for this. She has thought about what it will require and what arrangements will need to be made. She is not a woman who leaves logistical questions to resolve themselves. Pierre's father, Dr. Eugene Curie, moves in with the family. He is a warm, wise, unhurried man who has spent his life in medicine and who has loved Marie with a generous simplicity since the first days of her marriage to his son. He takes on, willingly and with evident pleasure, a large portion of Irene's daily care, the practical tenderness of early childhood, the feeding and the watching and the patient presence that an infant requires. It is an arrangement that works because everyone in it means it to work. Pierre is present, attentive, delighted by his daughter in the way that people are who had not known until the moment of it, the precise shape that delight could take. Marie nurses Irene and sleeps the fragmented sleep of a new mother, and writes in her journals with the handwriting of someone who is tired but not defeated, because she is never, in any fundamental sense, defeated. She records Irene's weight. She records her progress, her small milestones, the particular expressions of a face that is entirely new to the world. She does this with the same precision she brings to recording the deflection of an electrometer needle, and it would be easy to read that as detachment, as the inability of a scientific mind to shift registers, but it is, in fact, the opposite. It is love expressed in the only language Marie has ever trusted completely, the language of careful observation, of attention so total it excludes nothing, of the belief that the truth of a thing is best honored by looking at it exactly as it is. Irene is small and pale and, in the first weeks, bewildered by the brightness of the world, which is entirely appropriate. The apartment on the Rue de la Glacière acquires the textures and sounds of a household with a newborn. A different kind of warmth, a different rhythm, the soft interruption of small needs into the larger continuities of adult life. Pierre sits in the evenings with the baby in his arms, reading, his long fingers curled gently around a body that still astonishes him with its smallness. Eugene takes her in the mornings, so that Marie can return to her desk, and to her reading, and to the notebooks in which she is beginning to sketch the outlines of what will become the most important research of the 19th century. It is not without difficulty. It would be dishonest to say otherwise, and Marie Curie is constitutionally incapable of dishonesty, even in the version she tells herself. There are days when the exhaustion of new motherhood, and the demands of research, and the thousand small frictions of a life conducted at this intensity, press against each other in ways that have no elegant resolution. There are days when she is simply very tired, and the work is very hard, and the question she is trying to answer does not give ground easily. She records these days too in her journals, in the same even handwriting, because she believes that the record of difficulty is as important as the record of achievement, that a science which omits the labor is not giving an honest account of itself. But she does not stop. She has never stopped. Stopping is not, as far as one can tell from the evidence of her life, something she considers seriously as an option. She is 29 years old. She has a husband who is also her most trusted intellectual companion. She has a daughter who is healthy and growing. She has a research question that she has chosen with the precision of someone who knows, at some level below conscious certainty, that this question is the one that will require everything she has and give back something the world has not yet seen. The century is about to end. A new one is gathering itself in the wings, carrying within it an entirely different understanding of the physical world, one built on phenomena that the old physics cannot explain and the new physics cannot yet fully describe. The men and women who will do the describing are already at work, many of them, in laboratories across Europe, in Berlin, in Cambridge, in Zurich, in the basements of universities that will one day erect plaques to what was discovered within their walls. And in Paris, in a small apartment and a borrowed laboratory, in the thin hours of the morning, after Irene has been fed and the apartment has gone quiet and the lamplight is the only argument against the dark, Marie Curie is preparing to begin. She picks up her pencil. She opens her notebook to a clean page. She writes the date in the careful, unhurried script of someone who knows that what she is recording matters, that this moment, this ordinary, unremarkable, entirely specific moment, is the beginning of something. She does not yet know what. She begins anyway. Chapter 4: The Shed on Rue Land. The autumn of 1897 arrived in Paris with a particular kind of cold. Not the dramatic, storming cold of mountain winters, but the slow, seeping cold of a city built from stone, where the chill crept under doors and settled into the bones of every room that could not afford enough wood for its fire. Marie Curie felt it in her fingers each morning as she bent over her notebooks, felt it in the drafts that moved through the corridors of the School of Physics and Chemistry where she and Pierre had begun, quietly and without ceremony, to set up their work. She was 29 years old. Her daughter Irene had been born just months earlier in September, and the experience of motherhood had not diminished Marie's scientific hunger. It had, if anything, sharpened her sense of time, made her more acutely aware of how much there was to understand and how little of a human life was granted in which to understand it. She nursed the baby in the evenings. She wrote equations in the mornings. She slept as little as she could manage without collapsing, and she thought always, in the pauses between everything else, about uranium. It was uranium that had started all of this. Not the element itself, but the question the element had raised, a question that Henri Becquerel had stumbled upon in 1896 almost by accident, finding that uranium salts produced rays capable of fogging photographic plates even in complete darkness, even when no light source was present to excite them. He had noted this, published it, and then largely moved on. The phenomenon was curious. It was also, in the consensus of most physicists at the time, probably not very important. Atoms were understood or thought to be understood as the final indivisible units of matter, stable, fixed, the permanent furniture of the physical world. Whatever uranium was doing when it produced its mysterious rays, it was almost certainly something superficial. A property of the surface. A chemical accident. Marie did not believe this. She had taken up the question because she needed a subject for her doctoral thesis, and she had chosen it deliberately, with the kind of strategic instinct that characterized everything she did. Most available problems in physics in 1897 were crowded with men who had been working them for years. The uranium rays were an open field. Almost no one had looked carefully at them. They were strange and poorly understood, and strangeness to Marie was not a deterrent, it was an invitation. She had begun her preliminary measurements with an instrument that Pierre and his brother Jacques had invented years earlier, an electrometer capable of detecting extremely small electrical currents. Uranium, she had quickly confirmed, ionized the air around it, that is, it caused the air to conduct a faint but measurable electrical current. The intensity of this current was proportional to the amount of uranium present. The rays were real, they were measurable, and, this was the observation that stopped her completely, they were constant. It did not matter what she did to the uranium. She could dissolve it, heat it, compress it, combine it with other chemicals. The intensity of the radiation it produced never changed. It was entirely independent of the uranium's physical or chemical state. This meant it could not be a surface phenomenon. It could not be a chemical reaction. It was something intrinsic to the uranium atom itself, something emanating from within the very matter of the element, from a place that the physics of 1897 said could not exist. Because atoms, everyone agreed, were indivisible. They had no interior. Marie wrote in her notes with the careful, measured language of a trained scientist, but the implications of what she was recording were anything but measured. If radiation was a property of atoms, if it came from inside them, then atoms were not what everyone thought they were. They had structure. They had interior life. The whole architecture of matter, as it was then understood, was built on a foundation that might be wrong. She called the phenomenon radioactivity. She coined the word herself in those early months of 1898, and the coinage was not an act of modesty. It was an act of precision. She was naming something that no one had named before, because no one had understood it well enough to see that it needed a name. But uranium alone was not enough. Marie had tested other substances in those preliminary months, every element and compound she could lay her hands on, and she had found something unexpected. Thorium, too, was radioactive. More strikingly, certain uranium ores were radioactive at levels far exceeding what pure uranium alone could account for. The ore called pitchblende, a dense, black, unprepossessing mineral mined in the mountains of Bohemia, was radiating at roughly 4 times the intensity that its uranium content should have produced. There was only one explanation. Pitchblende contained something else. Something unknown. Something that had never been isolated, never been named, never been placed on any periodic table, because no one had yet found the means or the reason to look for it. Marie sat with this conclusion for some days before she wrote it down, turning it over carefully in her mind, testing it from every angle. Then she wrote it down. Pitchblende must contain at least one new element, possibly more, present in such small quantities that it had been invisible to every chemist who had ever analyzed the ore. She told Pierre. Pierre put down what he was working on and looked at her for a moment, and then agreed that she was almost certainly right. Within weeks, he had abandoned his own research, his elegant work on crystal symmetry, to join her. He would never return to it. This was the beginning of what would become 4 of the most grueling years in the history of science. The School of Physics had no proper laboratory space to offer them. The director of the school was not unsympathetic, but the building was crowded, the budget was tight, and the experiment that Marie proposed, processing industrial quantities of ore to isolate a substance that might, after all, not exist, was not the kind of thing that commanded institutional confidence. What he could offer them was a disused shed on the Rue Lande, adjacent to the school building, that had previously served as a medical dissecting room. It had a leaky glass roof. It had a dirt floor in places. It had almost no ventilation. In summer it became a greenhouse, trapping heat until the air thickened and shimmered. In winter the cold moved through it unchecked, and the researchers' breath hung in visible clouds above their equipment. Marie and Pierre accepted it without complaint. They moved their instruments in, set up their makeshift furnaces and their chemical baths, and began. The first task was acquiring the ore. Pitchblende in its natural form was expensive. It was mined for its uranium content, which had commercial uses in the tinting of glass, and the mining operations were not in the habit of giving their product away. But Marie had realized something that would save them. If the uranium was what the miners wanted, then the residue left after uranium extraction was valueless to them, and that residue still contained whatever else the ore held. She wrote to the mining authorities in Bohemia, explained what she needed and why, and eventually secured an agreement. The residue, tons of it, brown and damp and smelling of pine needles from the forests where it had been stored, began arriving at the Rue Lande by the cartload. A ton is a word that is easy to say. It is harder to hold in the mind as a physical reality when the work of processing it falls to 2 people with basic chemical equipment and no institutional support. Marie and Pierre worked with iron bars to stir enormous boiling vats of ore dissolved in acid. The shed filled with caustic fumes, the kind that stripped the throat raw and left the eyes streaming, and because the ventilation was inadequate, they worked outside when weather permitted, crouched over their vats in the courtyard, stirring and stirring while the Paris sky moved overhead. When rain came, they moved back inside and worked through the fumes as best they could. The process was straightforward in principle, laborious beyond description in practice. The dissolved ore had to be subjected to a series of chemical separations: precipitation, filtration, crystallization, each designed to concentrate whatever was producing the excess radioactivity into a smaller and smaller fraction of material. At each stage, Marie would measure the radioactivity of every fraction with her electrometer, tracking where the anomalous radiation went, following it the way a hunter follows tracks through snow. The fraction that showed higher radioactivity than the uranium content alone could explain was kept. Everything else was discarded. She and Pierre worked simultaneously on 2 tracks. Early in their measurements, they had realized that the excess radioactivity in pitchblende could not be accounted for by a single unknown element. When they separated the ore chemically, the anomalous radioactivity split, some of it moving with the bismuth compounds in the separation process, some of it moving with the barium. Two unknowns then. Two new elements hiding in the ore, shadowing other known elements through the chemistry because they shared similar chemical properties. The one shadowing bismuth, Marie named polonium. For Poland, the country of her birth, the country that no longer legally existed, absorbed into three empires, the country she carried inside her like a wound that never quite healed. The one shadowing barium, she named radium. From the Latin radius, meaning ray. It was the element that radiated. Polonium, they announced in July of 1898, in a paper submitted to the French Academy of Sciences. It was a historic announcement, careful and qualified in its language, as good science always is, but revolutionary in its implications. A new element. Discovered not by chance, but by systematic reasoning from anomalous data. The paper was presented to the Academy by Henri Becquerel. Women were not permitted to present their own work, and was received with interested but cautious attention. The Academy noted it. The world, largely, did not yet know what to make of it. Radium, they announced in December of the same year with similar caution. They had by that point evidence strongly suggesting its existence. They had not yet isolated it in pure form. They had not measured its atomic weight. They had not demonstrated it to the satisfaction of the strictest scientific standards. That work still lay ahead, and it would prove harder than anything they had yet done. The problem was one of scale that is almost impossible to convey without dwelling on the arithmetic. Radium existed in pitchblende in a proportion of roughly 1 part per several million parts of ore. To isolate enough radium to weigh, to characterize, to place definitively on the periodic table, Marie calculated that she would need to process something on the order of several tons of the refined ore residue. Several tons, each kilogram of which had to be dissolved, boiled, separated, tested, redissolved, reseparated, retested, the radioactive fractions pooled, concentrated, and subjected to the process again and again and again, hundreds of times, thousands of times, the work of years compressed into the daily rhythm of the shed. She stirred the boiling vats with an iron rod as tall as she was. Her hands, already bearing the chemical burns of months of laboratory work, roughened further. Her fingertips cracked. The skin around her nails was permanently discolored. She and Pierre both noticed as the months passed that they felt chronically fatigued in ways that rest did not entirely cure, that their fingertips were perpetually sore and numb in alternation, that certain tasks requiring fine motor control had become harder than they had been. They attributed this to overwork. It was, in fact, radiation damage, their bodies absorbing energies that neither of them yet had the conceptual framework to understand as dangerous, because no one yet knew that they were. The scientific world was in the position of handling fire before the discovery of combustion. The burns were real. The explanation was still decades away. There were days that were simply days of physical labor, no different in their texture from the work of a laundry or a foundry, except that at the end of them Marie would note numbers in her logbook with hands that trembled slightly from exhaustion. There were other days in which a measurement would come back unexpected, in which a fraction would show radioactivity at a level that indicated the concentration was rising, that the work was working, that somewhere in the mass of brown residue and acid and steam there was something real waiting to be found. On those days she wrote in her logbook with the same careful hand, the same precise numbers, but somewhere beneath the surface something moved that she rarely permitted herself to express directly, a quiet, fierce satisfaction that was the closest thing she knew to joy. Pierre moved through the shed beside her, his tall frame bent over the equipment, his expression characteristically mild and considering. He had a quality of stillness about him that Marie had loved from the beginning of their acquaintance, a capacity to be entirely present in the work, to give it the whole of his attention without drama or impatience. Where Marie's intensity was more visible, she worked with a focused urgency, a controlled speed. Pierre worked with the patience of someone who genuinely believed that time, properly spent, would eventually yield what was being sought. Together they made a scientific partnership of the kind that appears perhaps once in a generation. Different temperaments in service of a shared vision, each compensating for what the other lacked. They spoke to each other in the shed, with the economy of people who have worked together long enough that most communication has become non-verbal. A glance at a measurement reading. A slight shift in posture that communicated, across the space of the room, that something interesting had shown up in the electrometer. Marie would sometimes find, at the end of a long day's processing, that she could not immediately remember which hours had contained words and which had not. The silence of concentrated work and the brief exchanges of working scientists blurring together into a single sustained texture of effort. They went home each evening to the apartment they shared with Pierre's father, and increasingly with a small and observant child, who watched her parents with the curious eyes that would one day serve her own scientific career. Marie nursed Irene, read to her, sat with her in the evenings while the day's measurements ran through her mind in parallel, and then wrote in her personal notebook, not the scientific logbook but the private one, where a different kind of recording was kept. She worried about money. The grant they had received was small and did not stretch easily to cover both the cost of reagents and the cost of food. She worried about her daughter's health, about the winter, about whether she was present enough as a mother when so much of her mind was in the shed. She did not write these worries at length. She was not by nature a confessional writer, but they are there in the pages, between the lines of practical notation, the way a watermark is there in paper, visible only when held to the light. The years turned. 1898 became 1899, became 1900. The shed on the Rue Land was becoming, without any fanfare or official recognition, one of the most consequential scientific workplaces on Earth. Foreign scientists began to visit, to see the apparatus, to discuss the measurements, to understand what was being claimed about these new elements and the strange behavior of the atoms that produced them. Some came skeptical. Most left impressed, not so much by the grandeur of the facility. The shed, in its physical reality, invariably produced something approaching shock in first-time visitors, but by the quality of the data. Marie's numbers were immaculate. Her methodology was beyond reproach. Whatever was producing the excess radioactivity in pitchblende, she had tracked it with a precision that left almost no room for alternative explanation. Ernest Rutherford, working in England, was developing his own understanding of radioactive decay, the idea that radioactive elements were not merely emitting rays, but were actually transforming into other elements, their atoms spontaneously reconfiguring, which was a concept so radical that many physicists initially refused to accept it. Rutherford and Marie corresponded, traded results, argued in the polite, charged way of scientists who respect each other and disagree about specific things. They were approaching the same enormous truth from different angles. Marie from the chemistry of isolation and characterization, Rutherford from the physics of what the radiation itself revealed about atomic structure. The full picture would take years and many minds to assemble. Each of them was holding a different piece of it. The summer of 1900 was particularly hard. Marie took a position teaching physics at the École Normale Supérieure at Sèvres, the first woman ever to teach there. Adding those hours to the hours in the shed and the hours of motherhood and the hours of writing and the hours of thinking, the total arithmetic of her days adding up to something that should not have been physically sustainable, and yet was, because she had always been built with a stubbornness of constitution that matched the stubbornness of her intellect. She did not speak of tiredness as a complaint. She noted it in her logbook, that she and Pierre were finding themselves fatigued, that their hands were causing them difficulty, with the same dispassionate objectivity she brought to every other observation. By 1901, the radium concentrate had been purified to a point where its properties were becoming clear. It was intensely radioactive, so intensely that in the darkness of the shed, the samples glowed. This was not metaphor. It was literal. Marie wrote of coming to the shed at night and watching the pale blue-green luminescence of the concentrated radium salts in their dishes, the small dishes of light distributed around the dark room. And something in the way she wrote it, the careful scientist momentarily displaced by something older and less guarded, suggests that she found it beautiful. She did find it beautiful. The thing that was slowly damaging her blood and her bones and her fingertips was also this: light made by matter itself, atoms singing at a frequency the eye could see, the interior world of the atom making itself briefly visible in the darkness. She wrote to her sister Branya about it. She wrote that the laboratory at night looked like a fairy grotto, the words surprising in their whimsy from a woman who rarely permitted herself whimsy, surprising and then immediately right, because what else do you call the sight of matter itself, solid matter, rock that had spent geological ages underground, deciding spontaneously to become light? The work of the final isolation took until the spring of 1902. 4 years from the first measurements. Approximately 10 tons of pitchblende residue had been processed in total. From those 10 tons, that mountain of brown ore and acid and steam and iron rods and burned hands and exhausted mornings and careful numbers, Marie had extracted 1/10 of a gram of radium chloride. 1/10 of a gram. An amount so small, it would rest on the tip of a finger. An amount that had cost 4 years of 2 lives to find. She measured its atomic weight, 225.93. She entered it into her logbook with the same handwriting she used for everything, clean, controlled, slightly left slanting. The measurement placed it definitively on the periodic table, in the column between barium and the as yet unnamed element below it, in the position that its chemistry had always suggested it must occupy. It was real. Not a hypothesis any longer, not an inference from anomalous data, but a thing. A substance with mass and weight and a place in the architecture of matter, a thing that had not been known to exist before she had looked for it. She did not celebrate in any way the historical record preserves. There was no champagne, no ceremony, no moment of declared triumph. There was the measurement, and there were the numbers, and there were more things to do. The atomic weight had to be verified. Papers had to be written. The implications for atomic theory had to be worked through. She was already thinking ahead, already calculating, already moving toward the next question that the answer raised. But the shed on the Rue Land had given what it had to give. In that drafty, leaking room where the glass roof let in the rain, and the acid fumes coiled and the iron rod left calluses on her palms, and the small dishes glowed blue-green in the dark, Marie Curie had not merely found a new element. She had demonstrated something about the nature of atoms that would take the rest of physics a generation to fully absorb. She had shown that atoms were not fixed, that they had interiors, that matter itself was restless, always changing, always spending something of itself into the world in the form of energy and light. The shed was not the ideal place to have discovered this. But she had made it the necessary place by the simple and complete devotion she brought to everything she did. She walked home through Paris in the early dark, the city settling around her into its evening sounds, the gas lamps coming on along the boulevards, the smell of bread from the boulangeries and coal smoke from the apartments above. She was 34 years old. She had a daughter at home, and a husband who was her partner in everything, and a logbook full of numbers that were about to change science. Her hands hurt. She was tired in a way that had become simply the condition of being herself, inseparable from who she was and how she worked. She walked home. She was not finished. She was, in the deepest sense, only beginning. Chapter 5: Breakthrough and Stockholm. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning in November. Marie was already in the laboratory by the time the post came, as she almost always was, her coat still damp from the walk through the gray Paris streets, her fingers faintly stained at the tips with the invisible residue of months and months of work. She had slept poorly again. She rarely slept well anymore. The fatigue had become a kind of companion by now, something she carried the way other people carry a briefcase or an umbrella, always present, noticed but no longer remarked upon. She moved through the early mornings on discipline alone, on the quiet, unshakable conviction that the work required her, and that as long as it required her she would come. Pierre was there too, as he always was. He stood at the far end of the long wooden work table, his hands braced against its edge, peering down at a set of measurements he had recorded the evening before. His back was slightly curved. His joints had been giving him trouble again, something neither of them spoke about directly, though they both felt the weight of it. He had grown quieter in recent months, not with the quietness of a man losing interest in his life, but with the quietness of a man whose body was beginning to speak to him in a language he had not yet decided how to interpret. The laboratory itself was the same as it had always been, austere, drafty, perpetually cold in the mornings, smelling always of chemicals and of something harder to name, something mineral and electric, a smell that clung to their clothing and their hair and followed them home each evening to the Rue Broca. The ceiling leaked when it rained. The floor was bare earth in some places, and cracked concrete in others. There was a single stove in the corner that never quite managed to heat the full length of the room. Visitors who came to see the laboratory where the Curies conducted their famous research were often stunned into silence by how modest it was, how utterly unglamorous, how indifferent to romance. But Marie had never needed the laboratory to be beautiful. She needed it to be honest. And in that, it had never disappointed her. She was weighing a sample when the knock came at the door. It was one of the Institute's assistants, a young man whose name she could never quite remember, holding an envelope with both hands as though it were something fragile. He looked at her with an expression she did not immediately recognize, a peculiar mixture of excitement and deference, something like the look a person wears when they are carrying news they are afraid to be wrong about. She took the envelope, thanked him, and set it on the edge of the table beside her weights. She finished what she was doing first. Then she opened it. The letter was from the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences. It was formal, measured, precise in the way that official communications from ancient institutions always are, written in the particular language of people who understand that what they are saying will be remembered. Marie read it once, then read it again, standing very still at the table with the envelope in her left hand and the letter in her right, the pale November light coming through the high windows and settling across the page. The Nobel Prize in Physics for 1903 was to be awarded jointly to Henri Becquerel for his discovery of spontaneous radioactivity, and to Pierre Curie and Marie Curie for their joint researches on the radiation phenomena discovered by Professor Henri Becquerel. She set the letter down. She did not cry. She did not exclaim. She stood for a moment in the cool, chemical-smelling air of the laboratory that had been her world for 5 years, and she breathed, and she was still. Then she walked to where Pierre was standing, and held the letter out to him without a word. He read it. He looked up at her. Something passed between them in that silence, something that required no translation, that existed entirely outside the reach of language, the kind of understanding that belongs only to two people who have built something together from nothing, who have shared the specific loneliness and the specific joy of a long pursuit finally resolved. He put his arm around her shoulders. She leaned just briefly into him. Then they went back to work. That was the Curies, that was who they were. The prize did not change the experiment. The experiment did not pause for the prize. And so the morning continued as mornings always had in that cold, leaking, beautiful room, the two of them moving between instruments and notebooks and measurements, and the world outside going on about its business, entirely unaware that inside this shabby building on the edge of Paris, two people had just received news that would change the shape of their lives forever. The news traveled quickly, as great news does. By the afternoon, it had reached the newspapers. By the following morning, the story had spread across Europe, and then across the Atlantic and beyond. Marie Curie, the Polish-born scientist who had come to Paris with almost nothing, who had survived on bread and chocolate in a freezing garret while she worked her way through a physics degree, who had married a quiet genius and then become one herself, Marie Curie had won the Nobel Prize in Physics. She was the first woman in history to do so. That fact, once spoken, could not be unspoken. It moved through the world with a momentum of its own, gathering significance as it traveled, attaching itself to arguments and causes and hopes that were larger than Marie herself, that were in some ways entirely separate from her. She had not set out to be a symbol. She had set out to understand the invisible interior of matter, to trace the faint electrical breath of elements that emitted energy without any visible source, to answer a question that had no answer yet because no one had been patient enough to ask it properly. She had done that. And now the world had decided to make her into something else as well, into a proof, into a precedent, into evidence for something. She was not sure how she felt about that. In the weeks that followed, the letters came in quantities she had never imagined. From scientists and scholars, from women's organizations and universities, from politicians and princes and strangers who had read her name in the morning paper and felt for reasons they perhaps could not articulate that something important had happened. The post filled the entryway of their apartment on the Rue Broca until it became impossible to ignore. Well-wishers arrived at the laboratory without warning. Journalists sent requests for interviews, for photographs, for statements on the nature of genius, on the role of women in science, on the future of radioactivity, on the condition of her health. She answered what she could. She declined what she could not. She kept working. But there was something underneath the celebrations, something that gnawed at her quietly, that she noticed and filed away and did not speak about to many people. The way the prize had been framed in some quarters was troubling. There were those who spoke of Pierre Curie's Nobel as though it were his alone, as though Marie were a footnote to his achievement, a devoted assistant who had been graciously included in her husband's triumph. There were those, scientists, journalists, men of reputation and standing, who referred to the discovery of polonium and radium as Pierre's work, or as Becquerel's work, or as the work of French science generally, with Marie existing somewhere at the edge of the conversation, visible but not quite central. She had seen this before. She had been seeing it her entire career. But the Nobel was different. The Nobel was supposed to be irrefutable. And yet here it was being refracted through the old familiar lens, the lens that had difficulty placing a woman at the center of a discovery, that reached instinctively for the nearest man and arranged the story around him. What many people did not know, what was not widely reported at the time, was that the Nobel Committee had initially intended to award the prize to Pierre and Becquerel alone. It was Pierre himself who had intervened. He had written to the committee, insisting that Marie's contribution was not peripheral, but central, that the research into radioactivity had been conducted as a genuine collaboration from its earliest days, and that to award the prize without including her would be a misrepresentation of the facts. He had been firm about this. He had been, in his quiet and principled way, unyielding. Marie knew this. She was grateful for it. But there was something in needing a husband's advocacy to be included in recognition of her own work, something that she held at a careful distance from herself, because to hold it too close would be to feel it fully, and feeling it fully would take energy she did not have. So she worked. She always worked. The laboratory was the one place where none of this ambiguity existed. In the laboratory, the instruments did not care whether their operator was a woman or a man, Polish or French, celebrated or obscure. The instruments told the truth. That was why she loved them. The autumn deepened into winter, and the winter of 1903 was cold even by Paris standards. Marie wore her coat indoors more often than not. She had noticed over the past year a new quality to her fatigue, not just the weariness of long hours and poor sleep, but something more systemic, something that sat in her bones and in her fingertips, a heaviness that did not fully lift even on the mornings when she had managed to sleep. Her hands had developed small lesions, cracked skin, inflammation at the tips of her fingers where she habitually handled samples. Pierre's hands were the same. Neither of them mentioned it to physicians. Neither of them associated it, not yet, not with the certainty of understanding, with the radioactive materials they worked with every day. The concept of radiation sickness did not yet exist in the medical vocabulary. What existed was the vague, growing sense that their bodies were being asked to pay a price. For what exactly, they could not have said. The Nobel ceremony itself was held in Stockholm in December, or rather it was held there for others. The Curies did not attend. Pierre had written to the committee explaining that they could not travel in December, that their teaching obligations made the journey impossible at that time of year. This was true, as far as it went. But there was also the matter of their health, Pierre's joints, which made long journeys difficult, and Marie's fatigue, which had reached a point where the prospect of a formal international voyage filled her with something close to dread. They asked if they could deliver their Nobel lectures at a later date, and the committee agreed. Life in Paris, meanwhile, had shifted in ways that were difficult to navigate. The fame was unlike anything either of them had anticipated. Not the gentle collegial recognition that comes to a scientist who publishes good work and earns the respect of peers, but something vast and undiscriminating, something that came from all directions and did not particularly distinguish between the scientist and the celebrity. Reporters waited outside the laboratory. Strangers requested photographs. A vendor in the market near their apartment recognized Marie's face and called out to her by name, holding up a newspaper with her image on the front page. She had smiled, paid for her vegetables, and walked home feeling strange. The requests for public appearances, for statements, for lectures, for endorsements, they were endless. Each one required a response, and each response required energy she was not sure she had. She was not a person who had ever found performance easy. The laboratory was her natural element, not the podium. Science was her language, not the language of public celebration. She found the attention bewildering, and underneath the bewilderment, there was something lonelier. A suspicion that the people who were celebrating her were not, in many cases, celebrating the science at all, but something else. The novelty of her, the satisfying narrative of her, the particular story she represented in an era when that story was still considered surprising. She wanted them to be interested in the radioactivity. She was not sure they were. Pierre felt it too. He had always been the more withdrawn of the two, more instinctively skeptical of the world outside the laboratory, more content to let his work speak in the language of papers and data rather than interviews and portraits. He had written in a letter to a friend around this time that they had been pursued by journalists and photographers like big game. He meant it, one suspects, without irony. They had become fauna, something rare and observable, something the public wished to have documented before it disappeared. The spring came, as it always does, without asking permission. And with the spring of 1904 came a small, quiet, transformative piece of news. Marie was pregnant. She had not been sure how she felt about this at first, or rather, she had not allowed herself to feel anything about it before she understood it. Her first child, Irene, had been born in 1897, and motherhood had not unmade her the way some people seemed to expect it would. She had continued working. She had continued publishing. She had arranged the care of her daughter with the same systematic attention she brought to an experiment, identifying what was needed, providing for it, adapting. Her father-in-law, the gentle and warm Eugene Curie, had been an essential part of that arrangement, living with them, caring for Irene with a grandfather's patient love, making it possible for Marie to be both what she was at home and what she was in the laboratory without having to pretend that those two things cost her nothing. Now there would be another child. She calculated. She continued working. Eve was born in December 1904, born into a household already recalibrated once by science and fame, into a family with a mother who was slowly becoming one of the most recognized women in the world. Eve would grow up to write her mother's biography, to become her keeper and interpreter, to sit at the edge of this story long after everyone else had left the room. But in December 1904, she was simply an infant in a cold apartment in Paris, and Marie was simply a woman who had given birth and who intended, as soon as the recovery permitted, to return to work. The Nobel lectures finally came in the summer of 1905. They traveled to Stockholm together in June, Marie and Pierre, in the long Scandinavian daylight that seemed to Marie almost surreal after the gray certainties of Paris, the sky holding its light past midnight, the city open and bright and curious about them. They were received warmly, ceremoniously, with the particular formality that the Swedes managed to make feel genuine rather than stiff. Pierre delivered the main lecture. This was expected, conventional, the husband speaking for them both, as the protocols of the time more or less required. But Marie was present in every line of it, present in the work it described, in the data it cited, in the years of effort it represented. She sat in the hall and listened and recognized her own life being spoken aloud, her own hands in the compounds Pierre named, her own patience in the measurements he reported. It was, in its way, a complicated thing to experience. The lecture itself was remarkable. A clear, authoritative account of the discovery and properties of radioactive elements, delivered with Pierre's characteristic precision and calm. He spoke of polonium and radium, of the nature of radioactivity as a property of the atom itself rather than a chemical reaction, of the implications this held for understanding the structure of matter. He described the work methodically, the way a builder might walk through a structure they had spent years constructing, pointing to the joints, the load-bearing walls, the places where difficulty had been met and resolved. And then, near the end, he said something that stopped the room. He acknowledged what neither of them had yet spoken of publicly, with such directness. He said that radioactive substances, particularly radium, could be considered a danger in criminal hands. That in the wrong application, the energy being released by these materials could be turned toward destruction. But he did not linger there. He returned, as he always returned, to the fundamental belief that knowledge, properly understood and pursued, was a gift. That radium, discovered in the service of understanding, belonged to the project of human progress, not to its undoing. It was a strangely prescient moment. A scientist standing at the threshold of a century whose darkest innovations had not yet been imagined, speaking with cautious hope into a future he could not see. Marie listened. Outside the tall windows of the lecture hall, the Scandinavian summer held its extraordinary light. She thought of the laboratory in Paris, the cold floor, the leaking ceiling, the stove that could never quite warm the full length of the room. She thought of the wagon she and Pierre had dragged across the courtyard with their own hands, hauling tons of pitchblende residue from the Austrian mines, shoveling and stirring in the open air through summer heat and winter cold. She thought of the night, she had never forgotten this, when she and Pierre had walked into that shed after dark, and in the darkness had seen the glowing blue light of the radioactive substances sitting in their glass dishes, luminous without any external source, light coming from within, light that was simply there. She had stood in the doorway in the dark with her husband beside her, and they had looked at that quiet blue glow, and neither of them had said anything, because there was nothing to say that the light wasn't already saying. In Stockholm, in the summer light of 1905, she held that memory somewhere close. The applause came, as applause always does after. She stood, because standing was required. She received congratulations. She answered questions. She wore her black dress, which was the only formal dress she owned, which she had worn to her own doctoral defense 2 years before, and which she wore now because she saw no reason to own a dress she would use only once. She shook hands. She was gracious and measured and present. And when it was over, she walked out into the long Swedish evening with Pierre beside her, and the air was cool, and the sky was still bright at an hour when it should not have been, and she breathed it in and said something to him that no one recorded. The years 1903 to 1905 were not, finally, years of triumph in the simple sense. They were more complicated than that. They were years in which the world's recognition arrived and turned out to be a more ambiguous thing than Marie had imagined, nourishing in some ways, encumbering in others, true in some respects and distorted in others. They were years in which her body began to register a cost that she did not yet have the scientific framework to fully account for, in which the fatigue deepened and the lesions on her hands persisted, and neither she nor Pierre knew precisely what they were carrying inside them. They were years in which she learned that being famous is not the same as being understood. And they were years in which, on balance, she kept her eyes forward, toward the work, toward the next question, toward the invisible interior of things that glowed in the dark and waited, patient as matter itself, for someone willing to look closely enough to see them. She had always been willing. She would always be willing. That was, in the end, the thing that could not be taken from her, not by fatigue, not by fame, not by the indignities of a world that kept trying to make her smaller than she was. She was Marie Curie. And there was still so much work to do. Tragedy and the Sorbonne chair. The spring of 1906 arrived in Paris the way it always does, gently, persuasively, coaxing the city out of the long gray of winter with the scent of wet earth and the pale green of new leaves uncurling along the boulevards. The chestnut trees that lined the grand avenues were beginning to blossom, their white flowers like small torches lit against the blue of an April sky. Children appeared again in the parks. Café tables spilled onto sidewalks. The Seine moved with its quiet, ancient indifference, catching the light of longer days and holding it briefly before letting it go. To anyone walking the streets of Paris that spring, the city felt like a place being gently reborn. And to Marie and Pierre Curie, who had known so many difficult seasons, the grinding poverty of their early years, the endless laboratory hours, the years of ridicule and resistance from the scientific establishment, that spring felt for perhaps the first time in a long time like something close to ease. They had moved the previous year to a house in Sceaux, a quiet suburb south of Paris, not far from the park where Pierre had grown up. It was a proper home, with a garden, which Pierre tended with the same methodical attention he gave to everything. He grew vegetables and flowers with equal care. The girls, Irene, who was 8, and the baby Eve, not yet 2, had space to run. Marie, who had spent so many years hunched over laboratory notebooks in rooms that were too cold or too hot, who had spent her 20s and 30s in a state of almost constant physical sacrifice, had allowed herself, cautiously, to imagine a life that was also livable. Not just endured. Livable. The Nobel Prize had come 4 years earlier, in 1903. The Royal Swedish Academy had awarded it jointly to Marie, Pierre, and their colleague Henri Becquerel for their work on radioactivity, a word that Marie herself had coined, planting her flag of discovery into the very vocabulary of science. It was the first Nobel Prize ever awarded to a woman. The recognition had brought its complications, the sudden glare of public attention, the correspondence that multiplied beyond management, the journalists who seemed more interested in the novelty of a female scientist than in the science itself, but it had also brought at last a kind of security. Pierre had been appointed a professor at the Sorbonne. They had a proper laboratory. They had funding. They had, it seemed, arrived. On the morning of April 19, 1906, Pierre Curie left the house on the Quai de Béthune where they kept their Paris apartment, and walked into a day that gave no sign of what it intended. He had spent the morning at a meeting of the Association of Professors of Science Faculties, one of those administrative obligations that consumed hours and produced little. Pierre had never been comfortable with the social machinery of academic life. He was a scientist in the deepest sense, someone whose attention was most fully alive when it was directed toward the invisible structures of the natural world. Meetings bored him. Pleasantries fatigued him. But he attended, as he always did, with patient, slightly distracted courtesy. After the meeting, he walked through the streets of the Latin Quarter toward a publisher's office on the Rue Dauphine, where he needed to collect some proofs. The rain had come that afternoon, a spring rain that turns the Paris pavements dark and slick and sends pedestrians ducking under awnings and umbrellas. The streets were crowded. Carriages, horses, delivery wagons, the ordinary chaos of a city in full commercial motion. Pierre stepped off the curb on the Rue Dauphine into the stream of traffic. What happened in the next moment is what always happens when the immense, indifferent machinery of the physical world makes contact with the fragile fact of a human body. A horse-drawn wagon, heavily loaded, moving faster than the rain and the narrow street should have permitted, came around the corner. Pierre may not have seen it. The driver may not have had time to react. There is no certainty in the accounts of witnesses, only the terrible speed of what occurred. Pierre slipped on the wet cobblestones. He fell beneath the wheels. He was 56 years old. He died instantly. The news reached Marie at the laboratory later that afternoon. The exact moment of its arrival, who came to the door, what words were used, how the message was carried across the distance between the Rue Dauphine and the place where she was working, these details have blurred in the historical record, absorbed into the catastrophe they announced. What is known is that by the evening of April 19, Marie Curie was a widow. The man who had been her partner in every possible sense of the word, scientific collaborator, intellectual equal, husband, companion, the person who had, more than anyone else in her life, seen her fully and without reservation, was gone. She had known grief before. Her mother had died when she was 10, a loss that had carved out something permanent in her. Her sister Zofia had died not long after. Marie had grown up in a family that understood loss, in a country, Poland under Russian occupation, that had institutionalized grief, that had made mourning a kind of patriotism. She knew what sorrow felt like in the body. She knew its weight. But this was different. This was a different order of loss entirely. In the days immediately following Pierre's death, Marie moved through the world in a state that those around her described with the careful language of alarm. She was present and yet not present. She sat in the garden at Sceaux and stared at the plants Pierre had grown. She held Eve and did not speak. She received visitors, her brother-in-law Jacques Curie, her father-in-law Dr. Eugene Curie, her colleagues, and answered their words with words, but from somewhere very far away, like a voice coming through water. She had begun, in the immediate aftermath of his death, to keep a journal. Not a diary in any conventional sense, not a record of days and events, but something rawer than that. She wrote to Pierre. She addressed him directly, in the second person, as though the pages themselves were a medium through which she might reach him. She wrote about the details of the days he was missing from. She wrote about the garden. She wrote about the girls. She wrote about the laboratory. She wrote about the strange cruelty of a world that continued to exist in its ordinary way, despite the fact that he was no longer in it. They filled your coffin with flowers, she wrote, and I placed my head against it. I spoke to you. I told you that I loved you, and that I had always loved you with all my heart. She would continue writing to him for years. Long after the immediate shock of loss had subsided into the deeper, more permanent landscape of grief, she would return to the journal and speak to Pierre, telling him about her work, about the girls, about the small events of a life he was no longer part of. It was, in a way, a scientific act, a refusal to accept the conventional boundary between presence and absence, an insistence on continuing the conversation. The scientific community closed around her with a mixture of genuine sorrow and practical concern. Pierre's death had left a vacancy, literally, professionally, at the Sorbonne. His chair in physics was now empty. The question of what to do with it was not merely institutional. It was, in the France of 1906, a question with political and cultural dimensions that extended far beyond the walls of the university. The Faculty of Sciences at the Sorbonne met to deliberate. Several names were discussed. And then, with a boldness that surprised even some of its proponents, the faculty voted to offer the chair to Marie. It had never been done before. Not in the 500-year history of the Sorbonne. Not in any French university of comparable stature. A woman had never held a professorship, a full professorship with a chair, at the institution that defined in many ways the intellectual life of France. The offer was radical in its implications, conservative in its stated justification. Marie Curie was, objectively, the most qualified scientist available to continue the work that Pierre had been doing. This was simply true. It was inarguable. And so, under the pressure of that simple, inarguable truth, the ancient institution moved. Marie accepted. She did so quietly, without flourish. There were no triumphant statements, no public celebration of what the appointment represented historically. She was a woman in the depths of grief, being asked to assume the professional responsibilities of the man she had just lost, in the institution where he had worked, in the field they had built together. The historic dimension of what was happening was real, but it existed alongside something much more personal and much more painful, the daily requirement of going forward without him. The date set for her first lecture was November 5, 1906. Less than 7 months after Pierre's death, on the wet cobblestones of the Rue Dauphine, Marie Curie would walk into the amphitheater at the Sorbonne and take her place at the lectern that had been her husband's. In the weeks before that day, Paris began to understand what was about to happen. Word spread, through the universities, through the scientific societies, through the newspapers and the salons and the cafes where the intellectual life of the city was conducted, that Marie Curie was about to deliver her first lecture as professor. The response was unlike anything the Sorbonne had witnessed in recent memory. Students came. Scientists came. Journalists came. Members of the public who had no particular interest in physics, but every interest in witnessing a moment that felt, even then, like history, they came too. The amphitheater filled beyond its intended capacity. People stood in the corridors. The atmosphere was charged with an anticipation that had nothing clinical about it. It was the charged air of a crowd that knows it is present at something it will later describe to people who were not there. At precisely 1:30 in the afternoon, Marie Curie walked in. The room erupted. The applause was immediate and sustained and filled with a complexity of feeling, admiration, sympathy, excitement, curiosity, and underneath all of it, for many in the room, something that felt like solidarity. Women in the audience, of whom there were many more than the Sorbonne was accustomed to, were not merely applauding a scientist. They were applauding a fact about the world that had, until this moment, not existed. Marie stood at the lectern and waited for the applause to subside. Her face, by all accounts, was composed, controlled. The grief she was carrying was not visible in any theatrical sense. It did not spill into the room. It was held, as she had learned to hold so many things, internally, with a discipline that those who knew her recognized, as one of her most fundamental qualities. She looked out at the crowd. She paused. And then she began, not with any acknowledgement of the moment's significance, not with any personal statement, not with any reference to Pierre or to herself or to what it meant that she was standing where she was standing. She began exactly where Pierre had left off. She picked up the thread of the last lecture he had given, on ionization and the properties of matter, and she continued it. As though the conversation between them, which she had been continuing in her private journal, was now being continued in public. As though the work itself was the tribute, and the only tribute that either of them would have chosen. The room, which had been buzzing with anticipation, became very still. She spoke for an hour. Afterwards, the French press struggled to find language adequate to the occasion. Some were straightforward in their admiration. Others, uncomfortable with the fact that their enthusiasm for Marie Curie, the tragic widow, conflicted with their ambivalence about Marie Curie, the female professor, found ways to praise and diminish simultaneously, noting the beauty of her voice, the simplicity of her appearance, the pathos of her situation. As though the physics she had just delivered required softening with biographical sentiment before it could be properly received. Marie paid no attention to any of it. She returned to the laboratory. The laboratory was, in these years, both her refuge and her penance. She worked with an intensity that alarmed those around her. Long hours, relentless focus, a physical commitment to the work that went far beyond what her body was reasonably being asked to sustain. She had always worked hard. But there is a difference between the hard work of ambition and the hard work of grief, and the people who knew her well could see which was now driving her. She was isolating radium. The work she and Pierre had begun together, the painstaking, monumentally difficult task of separating radioactive elements from pitchblende ore in large enough quantities to study their pure properties, was still unfinished. They had identified radium. They had established its existence, its atomic weight, its behavior. But actually isolating it in metallic form, holding it as a pure element rather than a compound, remained undone. It was work that would require years more of effort. And Marie had decided, with the quiet ferocity of someone who has chosen a purpose in place of the comfort she can no longer have, that she would finish it. She worked with Henri Beaumont and André de Bierne, and a small team of assistants in the laboratory on the Rue Cuvier. The conditions were not what they should have been. The facilities were inadequate for the scale of the work, and Marie had been petitioning for a proper research institute for years, with partial but incomplete success. She worked anyway. She processed tons of pitchblende residue, cycling it through the chemical processes of dissolution and fractional crystallization that she and Pierre had developed together, concentrating the radioactive material through iteration after iteration, each cycle bringing the radium slightly closer to purity. The physical toll of this work was real and cumulative. Radioactivity was not yet understood to be the danger it was. The Curies had worked with radioactive materials for years with minimal protection, handling pitchblende with bare hands, carrying radioactive samples in their pockets, keeping dishes of luminescent compounds on their desks because they found the soft glow of them beautiful in the dark. Marie's hands were chronically inflamed, the fingertips cracked and painful. She suffered from what she called fatigue, which was almost certainly something more serious, the early signs of radiation-induced illness that would accompany her for the rest of her life and ultimately contribute to her death 3 decades later. She did not stop. The grief ran alongside the work like a parallel current. She was not, in any recognizable sense, healing in these years. The journal entries continued. The conversations with Pierre continued. She moved through social obligations with mechanical efficiency, fulfilling her duties as a professor, attending the necessary functions, corresponding with the scientific community, but withdrawing from the personal and the intimate. She had friends, The physicist Paul Langevin, with whom she had known Pierre, was among them. The writer and intellectual circle around her was warm and supportive, but she kept most people at a careful distance. Irene, who was 8 when her father died, would later write about the atmosphere of the house in these years with a frankness that is quietly devastating. Her mother was present, competent, attentive to the practical requirements of their lives, and remote. There was love there, Irene did not doubt it, but it was love expressed through provision and duty rather than through warmth or ease. Marie had always been serious. After Pierre's death, the seriousness deepened into something that was harder to reach through, something that required a patience that a child could not always sustain. She compensated with science. She taught Irene mathematics and physics herself, with a rigorous directness that would prove in the end a gift of extraordinary value. Irene Curie would grow up to be a Nobel Prize-winning scientist in her own right, carrying the work of her parents into a new generation. But in 1906, 1907, 1908, Irene was just a girl trying to understand why the world had the shape it now had, and finding that her mother could explain the periodic table, but not the loss. The Sorbonne lectures continued, semester after semester. Marie taught with the same precise, unhurried authority that had characterized her work from the beginning. She did not perform. She did not embellish. She explained physics with a clarity that her students found both demanding and illuminating. She expected them to follow her reasoning step by step, to engage with the material as she engaged with it, seriously and without shortcuts. Those who rose to her expectations found the experience formative. Those who expected a more indulgent pedagogy found her difficult. She was, in these years, building 2 things simultaneously: a scientific legacy and an institutional one. As the first female professor at the Sorbonne, she occupied a position that was both precedent and anomaly. There was no established protocol for what she was. The university had not, in offering her the chair, resolved its ambivalence about women in its highest ranks. It had simply found one woman whose credentials were so overwhelming that to exclude her would have required an act of intellectual dishonesty that even the most conservative faculty member could not sustain. But she remained singular, an exception that had not yet become a rule. She navigated this with characteristic practicality. She did not crusade in any public sense for the expansion of women's access to scientific education. That cause would find its advocates, but Marie was not, by temperament, an activist. She was a scientist. She believed, with a faith that was perhaps the closest thing she had to religion, that the best argument for women in science was for women to do science. And so she did it, as publicly and as rigorously as possible, and trusted that the example would accumulate into something. The years between 1906 and 1910 were also years of consolidation in the wider scientific world. The community of physicists and chemists who were working on radioactivity and the new atomic models was a small, intense, connected group. Einstein had published his special theory of relativity in 1905, and the theoretical foundations of physics were undergoing the most radical revision since Newton. Marie moved through this world with authority, attending conferences, contributing to journals, corresponding with Rutherford in England and with colleagues across Europe. Her grief had not dimmed her intelligence or diminished her standing. If anything, the heroic quality of her continuation had deepened the respect she commanded. In 1910, 4 years after Pierre's death, Marie achieved what she and Pierre had set out to achieve together. Working with André de Bierne, she succeeded in isolating radium in its pure metallic form. For the first time in history, a sample of radium metal, actual pure radium, the element she had hypothesized and named and spent years of her life pursuing, sat in a container in her laboratory. It was a small amount, a fraction of a gram, the product of years of processing and refinement. But it was real. It was complete. It was hers. She noted the achievement in her laboratory notebook with the same steady hand she used to record everything. No excessive feeling, no dramatic declaration, just the facts of the experiment, the date, the measurements, the result. Scientists who have read those pages have noted, with a kind of awed recognition, how completely the record refuses to betray what the moment must have cost and what it must have meant. The emotional content is perfectly invisible in the data. But it is there, if you know where to look. It is there in the choice to finish what they started. It is there in the 4 years of continuous work, of showing up to the laboratory day after day in a state of grief that would have felled almost anyone, of refusing to let the loss become an ending. Pierre had always said that the work was what mattered. Not the recognition, not the prizes, not the public history of it, but the work itself, the conversation with the natural world, conducted through experiment and observation, the slow accumulation of understanding. He believed this completely, and so did she, and the isolation of radium was, among other things, proof that she had been listening. The Sorbonne chair, which she held and would continue to hold for decades, was by 1910 no longer the shocking appointment it had been in 1906. Not because the world had changed quickly, it hadn't, but because Marie Curie's presence in that role had become, slowly and undeniably, a fact of the scientific landscape that was difficult to contest. Her students had graduated and gone on. Her research had continued to define the field. The institution that had admitted her as an anomaly was learning, cautiously and incompletely, to think of her as a professor. There were still those who could not manage it. French academic culture had its persistent corners of resistance, its quietly spoken doubts about whether a woman could truly inhabit the intellectual authority that the Sorbonne professorship was meant to represent. There would be uglier episodes ahead, moments when the hostility that had been politely submerged would surface with a cruelty that would stun even those who knew it was there. But in the day-to-day life of these years, Marie was allowed, more often than not, to simply be a scientist. To work. To teach. To contribute. And in the evenings, sometimes she would sit in the garden at Sceaux, the garden Pierre had planted, which Dr. Eugene Curie, her father-in-law, now tended with gentle consistency, and she would sit with Irene and Eve and watch the light change over the trees, and she would be, in some way that was real even if it was incomplete, still there. Still present in the life she had been left to live. The chestnut trees along the Paris boulevards that had been blooming on the morning Pierre walked out into his last day, had bloomed and shed their flowers and bloomed again 4 times by 1910. The city had moved, as cities do, forward and forward and forward. New automobiles replaced some of the horses on the wet cobblestones of the Rue Dauphine. New students filled the amphitheater at the Sorbonne each semester, sitting in the same curved rows where their predecessors had erupted in applause at the sight of a woman walking to a lectern to continue the work of science. Marie continued. That was the word that fit her, in these years and in all the years that followed. Not triumph, not recovery, not transcendence, continuation. The steady, disciplined, grief-carrying continuation of a woman who had decided, in the only way she knew how to decide anything, that the work was the answer. That the work would hold her when nothing else could. That the work, pursued with enough honesty and enough rigor and enough years, would ultimately be worth more than any monument, or any prize, or any newspaper column written in her praise, because the work would outlast all of it. Radium sat in its container. The Sorbonne lectures continued. The journal, addressed to Pierre, accumulated its quiet private pages. And Marie Curie, who had walked into a spring that changed everything, walked forward into a life she had not chosen and would not have chosen and would in the end make entirely her own. Chapter 7: Scandal and the Second Prize. Paris in the autumn of 1910 was a city that believed itself to be the most civilized place on earth. Its boulevards were lined with gas lamps that flickered gold against the October fog. Its cafes hummed with the voices of philosophers, artists, and politicians who imagined themselves to be the stewards of human reason. And yet beneath that veneer of enlightenment, something older and uglier moved, something that had always been there, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. That autumn, it would find its target. It would find Marie Curie. She was 42 years old. A widow of 3 years. A woman who had, by any rational measure, accomplished more in 2 decades than most scientists accomplish in a lifetime. She had isolated polonium. She had isolated radium. She had shared 1 Nobel Prize with her husband Pierre and with Henri Becquerel in 1903, and now, in the autumn of 1910, the whispers from Stockholm suggested that a second Nobel Prize, this time in chemistry, this time hers alone, was not merely possible but imminent. The Swedish Academy of Sciences had been deliberating. The names being spoken in the corridors of Europe's great universities were few, and hers was at the top. She should have been untouchable. She was not. The trouble, as the newspapers would eventually frame it, had a name. His name was Paul Langevin. He was 38 years old, a brilliant physicist, a former student of Pierre Curie, and a man whose marriage had long since collapsed into misery. He and his wife, Jean, had been estranged in the way that Parisian couples of a certain era were often estranged, living in proximity, sharing children, sharing a surname, sharing nothing else. He had moved out. He had taken a small apartment not far from the Sorbonne. And in that apartment, at some point in the preceding year or two, he and Marie Curie had begun meeting. Whether what existed between them was a romance in the full sense of the word, or something more complicated, something born of shared grief and shared intellectual passion, and the particular loneliness of 2 people who had each, in different ways, lost the person who understood them best, that question was never cleanly answered. Marie had lost Pierre. Paul had lost his marriage. What they had found in each other was warmth and conversation, and the comfort of being known. In the letters they exchanged, letters that were private, intimate, and never intended for anyone else's eyes, the depth of their feeling was plain. Those letters would be stolen. That is where the story of 1911 truly begins. Jean Langevin, whether through her own devices or through the assistance of her brother, obtained access to Paul's apartment. The letters were taken. And in the hands of a France that was already uneasy about Marie Curie, uneasy about her foreignness, her independence, her success, her refusal to perform femininity in the ways that were expected, those letters became weapons. It is important to understand what France felt about Marie Curie in 1910, because it was not a simple feeling. There was admiration, certainly. The Nobel Prize of 1903 had made her famous throughout the Western world. There were school children who knew her name. There were young women who had been inspired by her example to pursue science, to imagine that the laboratory might be a place for them too. She had been written about in glowing terms, celebrated in the press, photographed and painted and lionized. But admiration, in a culture that does not fully accept the thing it is admiring, has a razor's edge. And France in 1910 had not fully accepted Marie Curie. She was Polish. She had been born Maria Sklodowska in Warsaw, in a country that did not exist on any official map, a country that had been divided and swallowed by its neighbors, a country whose people were considered by certain corners of French society to be somehow lesser, somehow provisional. She had naturalized. She had become French on paper. But the newspapers that were hostile to her never forgot where she had come from. When they wanted to diminish her, when they wanted to remind their readers that she was an outsider, they called her the Pole. They called her the foreign woman. They reminded France again and again that whatever she had accomplished it on their soil with French resources, at French institutions, surrounded by French colleagues, and that she ought to be grateful. She had also been nominated for election to the French Academy of Sciences in January of 1911. The nomination itself was remarkable. No woman had ever been admitted to the Academy. The institution had existed for more than 2 centuries, and in all that time, not a single woman had been counted among its members. Her nomination forced the question into the open: was France ready? Was the citadel of French science prepared to acknowledge, formally and institutionally, that a woman could be its equal? The answer, delivered by a vote of 58 to 52, was no. She had lost by 6 votes. 6 votes that said as clearly as any spoken sentence could, that no matter what she had discovered, no matter what she had proven, the doors of the Academy would remain closed to her. The men who voted against her did not argue that her science was inadequate. They argued that she was a woman. They argued that the Academy had never admitted a woman, and that tradition itself was a sufficient reason to continue excluding them. They argued in the comfortable language of institutional conservatism that some things simply were not done. Marie received the news with characteristic composure. She did not weep publicly. She did not issue furious statements. She returned to her laboratory, to the instruments and the calculations, and the quiet, precise work of measuring the atomic weight of radium, work that was, in its own way, a kind of answer. She would let the science speak. She always let the science speak. But the Academy vote had done something to the public atmosphere around her. It had invited a kind of license. It had suggested, perhaps, that the woman who had been placed on a pedestal might be brought down from it. And when, in the summer and early autumn of 1911, the rumors about her relationship with Paul Langevin began to circulate, first in whispers, then in the febrile shorthand of café gossip, then in print, the press was ready. The press had been ready in some sense for years. The campaign began in earnest in November of 1911. A nationalist newspaper called Le Journal published the story first, though it had been seeded and circulated beforehand. The piece was not a model of journalistic precision. It was instead a piece designed to wound, to shame, to destroy. It described a relationship between Marie Curie and Paul Langevin in terms calculated to produce maximum outrage. It implied that she had seduced a married man. It implied that she was a homewrecker, a foreign temptress who had invaded a French family and torn it apart. The word that the papers used over and over in the days that followed was scandale. Other papers followed. The right-wing press, which had long been suspicious of her, joined in with enthusiasm. She was called a husband stealer. She was called a Jew, which she was not, but which in the France of 1911, still bruised and divided by the Dreyfus affair, still nursing its anti-Semitic grievances, functioned as a slur that placed her outside the bounds of respectable society. She was called a destroyer of homes, a destroyer of families. One paper printed what it claimed were excerpts from her letters to Langevin, though the accuracy of those reproductions was never established. It did not matter. The damage was not dependent on accuracy. The damage was a function of volume, of repetition, of the particular cruelty with which crowds respond when they believe they have been given permission to punish a woman who has risen too high. Outside her house in Sceaux, the house she had shared with Pierre, the house where she had raised Irene and Eve, the house that was filled with the memory of a husband and a life she had loved, crowds gathered. They were not large crowds, but they were loud. They threw stones. They shouted insults in the street. Her daughters, who were teenagers, heard it. The younger one, Eve, who was only 6 years old, was too young to understand, but old enough to feel the cold fear of it. Marie moved her children to safety, to the home of a friend, and then she did what she had always done in moments of extremity. She did not run. She stayed. Her friends rallied around her. Some of them, the scientific community, to its lasting credit, did not entirely abandon her. Albert Einstein, who had met her at the first Solvay conference just weeks earlier in October 1911, wrote to her with warmth and fierce solidarity. In his letter, he told her that he admired her intellect and her energy, that he was convinced she had no equal among living scientists, and that she should hold the rabble in contempt. He told her that the people who were attacking her were not worth her attention. He told her in the plain and generous language that was characteristic of him, that she should simply continue to be what she was. It was the kind of letter that a person keeps. Whether Marie kept it, whether it gave her the comfort it was intended to give, we do not entirely know. But it arrived, and it was real. Paul Langevin, for his part, was not a man who had been built for this kind of storm. He suffered through it differently than Marie did. He challenged the editor of one of the papers to a duel, which was the sort of gesture that men of a certain era made when they felt their honor had been impugned and found no other language adequate to the feeling. The duel took place, or rather it was arranged, and the men met at the appointed place, and neither of them fired. It was an exercise in theater that resolved nothing and illuminated the essential absurdity of using pistols to settle a question of journalistic ethics. Langevin and Marie would eventually drift apart, not because of any rupture of feeling, but because the circumstances made proximity impossible. He returned to his wife, then separated again, then rebuilt his life in the years that followed. He remained a distinguished scientist. He remained always her friend. But in November of 1911, as all of this was unfolding, something else was also happening. Something that the newspapers, in their frenzy, had almost obscured. A letter had arrived from Stockholm. It had come from the Swedish Academy of Sciences. The letter was addressed to Marie Curie, and its contents were as follows. She had been awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the year 1911. The prize was given to her, the letter specified, in recognition of her services to the advancement of chemistry by the discovery of the elements radium and polonium, by the isolation of radium, and the study of the nature and compounds of this remarkable element. She was to be the first person in history to receive 2 Nobel Prizes. She was to be the first person in history to receive Nobel Prizes in 2 different scientific disciplines. No one before her had done this. No one had even come close. The announcement landed in the middle of the scandal, with the strange, dissonant quality of light breaking through storm clouds. For a moment, just a moment, it seemed as though the world might be forced to reckon with the absurdity of its own behavior. Here was a woman the newspapers were calling a foreign temptress, a homewrecker, a disreputable person unworthy of serious consideration. And here was Stockholm saying, with all the authority and formality that the Nobel Committee could muster, this is the greatest chemist in the world. But the moment did not last. The French press, which might have paused to consider the contradiction, instead performed a remarkable act of collective cognitive dissonance. Some papers acknowledged the prize with a kind of grudging, abbreviated respect. Others barely mentioned it. A few actually managed to discuss both the prize and the scandal in the same edition, apparently without perceiving any irony in doing so. The Nobel Prize was real. The scandal was also real. And France, in November of 1911, was not in a mood to let one cancel the other. Then came the letter from Gösta Mittag Leffler. He was a Swedish mathematician, a respected figure in the European scientific community, and he wrote to Marie in the days following the prize announcement with a request that must have been, for her, difficult to parse. He suggested, delicately but unmistakably, that she might consider not traveling to Stockholm to accept the prize in person. The nature of the ongoing scandal in France, he implied, was such that her presence at the ceremony might prove awkward, might create difficulties, might cast a shadow over the proceedings. He was, in his way, trying to protect her, or perhaps trying to protect the Swedish Academy from association with a woman who had become, at that particular moment, controversial in ways that had nothing to do with science. He was asking her, in the most polished terms available, to disappear. She wrote back immediately. The letter she sent to Mittag Leffler is one of the documents from her life that repays the closest reading, because in it you can hear, beneath the formal and composed surface, the full weight of her conviction. She told him that she believed the prize had been given to her for her discovery of radium and polonium, that those discoveries were hers, that they had nothing to do with her private life, and that her private life, whatever anyone might say about it in whatever newspaper they wished to publish, had nothing to do with her science. She told him that she intended to come to Stockholm. She would accept the prize herself, in person, because it was her prize and she had earned it. She was ill when she wrote this letter. The stress of the preceding weeks had taken a physical toll that would, in the coming months, reveal itself to be more serious than anyone initially understood. She was experiencing kidney problems that would eventually require surgery. She was exhausted in a way that went below the surface of ordinary fatigue, into the deeper registers of a body that had been pushed past its limits for years. Years of laboratory work in poorly ventilated spaces, of handling radioactive materials without any of the protective equipment that would later be understood as essential, of working through grief and through illness and through the accumulated weight of being always, in every room she entered, the person who had to prove herself twice over. Her health was fragile. She was in pain. She went to Stockholm. The journey in December of 1911 was not a comfortable one. She made it in the company of her daughter Irene, who was then 14 years old and already beginning to show the scientific aptitude that would one day win her a Nobel Prize of her own. Irene was quiet and serious, and possessed of a steadiness that she had inherited perhaps from both of her parents. She sat beside her mother on the train north through the darkening European winter, through Germany and into Scandinavia, where the days were short and the cold was a different kind of cold than Paris, deeper, cleaner, with a quality of silence to it that felt in its own strange way like a reprieve. Stockholm in December is a city that exists in a permanent state of beautiful half-darkness. The sun rises late and sets early, and in between it moves low across the sky at angles that turn everything amber and rose. The harbor was frozen at its edges. The streets were bright with the particular intensity of northern lights against white snow. Marie and Irene arrived and were received, not with the reluctance that Mittag Leffler had seemed to anticipate, but with genuine respect. The Swedish scientific community had no interest in French newspaper gossip. They were interested in polonium and radium. They were interested in the woman who had found them. The Nobel Prize ceremony was held on the 10th of December, the anniversary of Alfred Nobel's death, as it was every year. The concert hall was formal and beautiful, full of the kind of ceremony that Scandinavian institutions do particularly well, measured, solemn, without ostentation, conveying through its very restraint a sense of the seriousness with which it regarded the occasion. Marie sat among the laureates and waited. When her name was called, she rose. She walked to the podium in a black dress, as she so often wore, simple and without adornment. She received the prize from the hands of the Swedish king, Gustav V, who was, as kings tend to be at these occasions, formal and cordial and entirely appropriate to the moment. The applause in the hall was sustained and genuine. The Swedish audience gave her what France, in that particular season, could not: the uncomplicated recognition of an extraordinary achievement. She held the medal. She held the diploma. She was, in that moment, the only person in the history of the Nobel Prize to have been honored twice, in two disciplines, for discoveries that had genuinely changed what human beings understood about the nature of matter. She had given the world two new elements. She had demonstrated, through years of painstaking work in a laboratory that was sometimes barely more than a shed, that the atom was not the indivisible, unchanging thing that 19th-century science had believed it to be. She had opened a door that an entire generation of physicists would spend the rest of the 20th century walking through. And she had done it while raising 2 children alone, while grieving a husband whose loss never fully left her, while navigating the constant, grinding labor of being a woman in a world that was constitutionally unprepared to treat her as an equal. 2 days after the ceremony, she delivered her Nobel lecture. She stood before an audience of scientists and dignitaries and spoke with the precision and clarity that had always characterized her public scientific communication. She spoke about radium. She spoke about radioactivity, a word she had herself coined. She spoke about the discovery of polonium, named for her homeland, and about the long years of physical labor that had been required to isolate it. She spoke about the work with an intimacy that made clear it was not merely professional, it was personal. It was her. It was the closest thing she had to a record of herself that she fully trusted. She was careful in her lecture to honor Pierre. She mentioned him by name, credited his contributions, described the partnership they had formed in those early years of frantic, joyful discovery. But she also made clear, with a directness that those who heard it would remember, that the discoveries were scientific facts, established, verified, reproducible, and that they belonged to the record of human knowledge in a way that nothing could take from them. Not newspapers. Not votes. Not crowds throwing stones outside her house in Sceaux. When she returned to Paris, she was ill enough to be hospitalized. The kidney surgery she required was performed in the spring of 1912, and its aftermath kept her out of the laboratory for more than a year, the longest absence from scientific work she had experienced since Pierre's death. She convalesced in England, staying for a time with the physicist Hertha Ayrton, one of the few women in Europe who occupied a scientific standing remotely comparable to her own, and who was also by temperament and by experience exactly the kind of person who knew how to be useful to someone who was recovering, not with sympathy that smothered, but with company that respected, with practicality, with the ordinary kindness of making sure someone ate their meals and slept at reasonable hours and did not spend all their strength on thinking. In the public record, the scandal of 1911 faded. Not quickly, not cleanly, but as such things do, in stages as other events crowded it out, as the newspapers found new obsessions, as France moved through the years toward the catastrophe of 1914 that would make all previous dramas seem by comparison almost quaint. Paul Langevin was eventually remembered as what he was, a distinguished physicist who had contributed significantly to the understanding of magnetism and who had spent many years as one of the most important scientific figures in France. He and Marie maintained a cordial relationship for the rest of their lives. His grandson would one day marry Marie's granddaughter, a fact that the universe seems to have arranged with a certain sense of the appropriate. But in November and December of 1911, as the storm was at its most violent, what Marie Curie did was this: she chose not to be diminished. She made the choice deliberately, in full knowledge of what it cost her, with her body already failing under the accumulated strain of a life that had never once been easy. She wrote the letter to Meidig Leffler. She packed her bag. She boarded the train. She took her daughter's hand. She traveled north into the winter dark. She stood up when her name was called. She accepted what was hers. That is the chapter that 1911 writes in her life. Not the scandal. The scandal was other people's story, written about her in other people's words. The real chapter is the one she wrote herself, in a concert hall in Stockholm in December, holding a gold medal that bore her name, the only one it had ever borne, the only one it would ever need. Chapter 8. The Little Curies of the Frontline. The summer of 1914 arrives in Paris like any other, warm and golden, the chestnut trees heavy with leaf, the cafes alive with the low hum of conversation, the Seine catching the afternoon light and throwing it back in long trembling ribbons. Marie Curie is 56 years old, and she is, by any measure, the most celebrated scientist in the world. She has won 2 Nobel Prizes, one in physics, one in chemistry, a distinction no human being on Earth can claim alongside her. Her laboratory on the Rue Cuvier is a place of focused, methodical brilliance. Her name is spoken in the academies of London, Berlin, Stockholm, and New York with a reverence usually reserved for the long dead. She has, in every sense, arrived. And then, in the first days of August, the world breaks. The declarations come quickly, one after another, like dominoes falling across a map of Europe. Austria, Hungary, Serbia, Germany, Russia, France, Britain. The newspapers fill with headlines that seem impossible to believe, and then, within days, entirely routine. Mobilization orders go up on the walls of every arrondissement in Paris. Young men who had been sitting at those same café tables, laughing and arguing and making plans for September, begin to disappear into uniform. The city, so recently full of noise, takes on a quality of held breath. Marie does not panic. She has lived through enough to understand that panic is a luxury she cannot afford. She was born in Warsaw under Russian occupation, raised in a city where political catastrophe was not an abstraction but a feature of daily life. She buried her husband Pierre on a rainy April afternoon in 1906 and returned to his laboratory the following week because the work had to continue. She has always understood, at some deep and unshakable level, that the world does not stop requiring things of you simply because you are suffering. And so, in these first days of August 1914, she sits at her desk and she thinks. Not about fear. Not about grief, though grief is already gathering at the edges of everything. She thinks about what she knows, and what she knows how to do, and where, precisely, those abilities might be most urgently needed. The answer arrives in her mind with the clarity of a mathematical proof. She knows radiation. She knows X-rays. She knows that Wilhelm Röntgen had discovered them in 1895, just as she was beginning her own doctoral research, and that within a year of that discovery, field surgeons had already recognized their extraordinary potential, the ability to see inside the human body without cutting, to locate a bullet or a fragment of shrapnel with precision that would otherwise require dangerous and time-consuming exploratory surgery. She knows that in the nearly 2 decades since Röntgen's discovery, X-ray technology had advanced considerably, had become more reliable, more portable, though portable was still a relative term. The machines existed. The science existed. What did not yet exist, not in any systematic or sufficient way, was a network capable of bringing that technology to bear where it was most desperately needed, not in the hospitals of Paris, which were rapidly filling with the first casualties of a war that was already proving more catastrophic than anyone had imagined, but at the front itself. In the field stations and surgical tents set up within miles of the fighting, where men arrived broken and bleeding, and the surgeons who tried to save them were operating, far too often, in something very close to the dark. Marie decides that she will build that network herself. She begins, as she always begins, with the practical. She goes to the French Red Cross, and she explains what she needs and what she intends to do. She is Marie Curie. Doors open. She goes to wealthy Parisian women, friends, acquaintances, women who have attended her lectures and followed her work and understand, at least in general terms, who she is, and she asks them to donate their automobiles to the cause. Several do. She goes to automobile manufacturers and explains what she needs. She finds engineers who can help her design the conversion. She consults with the Radium Institute, which she had been in the process of establishing before the war interrupted everything, and she draws on the resources and the relationships she has built there. What she is designing, in those frantic weeks of late summer and early autumn 1914, is something that has no real precedent. She wants to take a standard automobile, a civilian vehicle, the kind of car that had been ferrying Parisian families to the countryside just weeks earlier, and transform it into a complete self-contained radiological unit. Inside the vehicle, she will install an X-ray machine and a dynamo to generate the electricity to power it, along with photographic plates for capturing the images, and all the ancillary equipment a trained operator would need. The vehicle will be able to drive directly to a field hospital, park outside the surgical tent, and begin producing diagnostic images within minutes of arrival. The surgeon will know exactly where the shrapnel is. The operation will be faster, more precise, less dangerous. Fewer men will die on the table. Fewer men will die at all. She calls them voitures radiologiques. The soldiers, with the instinctive economy of affection that men under terrible pressure tend to develop for the things that help them survive, will call them something else entirely. They will call them les petites Curies. The little Curies. It is perhaps the most human tribute she will ever receive. The first vehicle is ready in the autumn of 1914. Marie has obtained a Renault, and she has overseen every detail of its conversion. She has also, in the meantime, taught herself to drive. She is 56 years old, and she has never driven an automobile before, and she learns now because the alternative, depending on someone else to take the wheel, is not something she is prepared to accept. She also teaches herself the rudiments of anatomy and radiology technique, not because she has a medical degree, but because she intends to operate this equipment herself, and she will not do anything she has not first understood completely. This is who she has always been. When she began her doctoral research into uranium, she did not ask for permission or wait for someone to create a path for her. She found a damp, leaking shed at the School of Physics and Chemistry, and she dragged her equipment into it, and she went to work. She sets out in the autumn of 1914 toward the front. The roads are difficult, churned by the passage of military vehicles, sometimes shelled, always unpredictable. She navigates through the chaos of the supply lines, past convoys of ambulances and munitions carts, past columns of men marching in one direction and columns of wounded men being carried in the other. She arrives at the field hospitals, and she sets up her equipment, and she begins to work. She is unhurried. She is precise. She is, to the surgeons who encounter her for the first time, an almost surreal figure, this small, quiet woman in her plain dark dress, pulling up in her converted Renault and asking with perfect calm where she should park. The surgeons do not argue with her for long. The results speak with a clarity that transcends argument. A man is brought in from the field with a wound to his shoulder. The bullet's trajectory is unclear. The damage to the surrounding tissue extensive enough to make exploratory surgery genuinely dangerous. Under ordinary circumstances, the surgeon would proceed as best he could, guided by experience and instinct and whatever he could feel with his hands. With Marie's equipment, the surgeon can look at the photographic plate and see precisely where the bullet has come to rest, at what angle, how close to which structures. He can plan his approach before he makes the first incision. He can save time. He can save the shoulder. He can, very possibly, save the man. This happens again and again. It happens in field stations near Amiens and near Verdun, and in the mud-soaked terrain of Flanders, and along the shifting, terrible geography of the Western Front. Each time it happens, it is the result of the same chain of causation. Marie Curie's decision, made in the first days of August 1914, to do what she could with what she had wherever it was needed most. But one vehicle is not enough. One vehicle servicing one field station is the smallest possible version of what this could be. Marie knows this, and it drives her with a relentless, almost consuming urgency through the months of 1915. She needs more vehicles. She needs more equipment. She needs more operators, because she cannot drive all of them herself, and even if she could, one person driving one vehicle could only be in one place at a time, and the war is vast and the need is everywhere. The question of operators is, in some ways, the most interesting problem she faces, and the way she solves it says something essential about who Marie Curie is and what she believes about the capabilities of women. She recruits them. She recruits young women, educated women, women who have studied science or nursing or medicine, women who are looking for a way to be of use in a crisis that is consuming everyone around them. She recruits them and she trains them herself, in the basement of the Radium Institute, in a program she designs from scratch. The training is rigorous. She teaches them not just how to operate the equipment, but how to understand it, the physics of X radiation, the principles of image capture, the protocols for positioning a patient so that the resulting image is as diagnostically useful as possible. She teaches them what to look for in the plates, how to communicate with surgeons, how to maintain and repair the machines when, as they inevitably will, something goes wrong in the field. She does not train them to be assistants, exactly. She trains them to be radiographers, competent, self-sufficient, capable of working largely independently in conditions that are nothing like the calm of a laboratory. This is not a small thing. The year is 1915. Women in France do not yet have the right to vote. The medical establishment, like most professional establishments of the era, is deeply and comfortably male. The notion that young women, however educated, could be trusted to operate complex scientific equipment in a battlefield environment without close male supervision, without a physician present at every moment, is not something that the institutions of French medicine find immediately obvious or comfortable. Marie navigates this resistance with the combination of authority and impatience that she has spent decades perfecting. She has been told, by one institution or another, for most of her professional life, that she is exceeding her appropriate boundaries. She has never once adjusted her boundaries accordingly. By 1915, she has trained over 150 women as field radiographers. By the war's end, she will have trained close to 200. Each of them will go to the front. Each of them will carry with her a piece of what Marie has built in that basement. A rigorous, practical, scientifically grounded capability that will allow surgeons in field hospitals across the Western Front to see inside the bodies of the men they are trying to save. The vehicles multiply. By 1915, there are 18 of them operating across the French front. By the war's end, there will be 20. 20 voitures radiologiques, 20 Les Petites Curies, moving through the destroyed landscape of northern France and Belgium, pulling up outside surgical tents and setting up their equipment and doing, day after day, the work that Marie had imagined in those first terrible days of August 1914. She does not stay in Paris to manage this from a distance. She goes. She goes herself, repeatedly through the years of the war, driving to the front in her own vehicle, working alongside the women she has trained, assessing what is working and what needs to change, troubleshooting equipment failures, negotiating with military officials who have not yet given her the authorizations she needs, and who are about to learn what it feels like to be negotiated with by Marie Curie. She is at Verdun. She is in Belgium. She is wherever the need is greatest. And she goes not as a figurehead or an observer, but as a working radiographer, setting up the machine and taking the plates, and handing the images to the surgeons and doing it all again. There is a quality to this period of her life that is, in its way, almost paradoxical. She has won 2 Nobel Prizes. She is, in the formal language of scientific achievement, at the absolute pinnacle of her field. And here she is, in the mud and chaos of a world war, doing what is, in purely technical terms, relatively routine work, operating equipment that she herself could have designed with her eyes closed, performing procedures that she has trained other people to perform, executing a program that is logistically complex but scientifically unambitious, at least by her own previous standards. And yet there is nothing in her letters from this period that suggests she finds it diminishing. There is, if anything, a kind of fierce satisfaction in it, the satisfaction of a scientist who has always insisted that knowledge is not an end in itself, but a tool, and who is now watching that tool do exactly what tools are supposed to do, which is to solve problems that matter for people who need help. She writes to her daughter Irene frequently during the war years. Irene, who is 17 when the war begins, and who has inherited her mother's scientific intelligence and her mother's absolute refusal to be kept away from anything important, is already helping. She has learned to take X-ray images herself. Her mother taught her, as her mother had taught the other women in that Radium Institute basement, and she is working in field hospitals in her own right, a teenager doing the work of a trained radiographer in one of the most terrible conflicts in human history. Marie writes to her with practical advice about equipment and technique, and with the steady, unsentimental warmth of a woman who has always expressed love primarily through the transfer of useful knowledge. The two of them are, in this period, doing something that has almost no historical parallel. A mother and daughter, both scientists, both working in the same field in the same war, on the same problem, separated by the geography of the front, but connected by the work itself, and by the long training in precision and patience and unflinching practicality that Marie had been providing to her daughter since Irene was old enough to be curious about how things worked. The physical cost of this work is not something Marie speaks about directly. She is not, by temperament, someone who dwells on her own discomfort. But the reality of what she is doing to her body during these years is significant and, in the long view, devastating. She is working with X-ray equipment daily, in field conditions, where the protocols she would insist upon in a controlled laboratory setting are frequently impossible to maintain. She is exposed to radiation far beyond what anyone at the time, including Marie herself, understands to be dangerous. The science of radiation safety is in its infancy. The understanding that ionizing radiation can damage living tissue at the cellular level, can accumulate in bone marrow, can produce the slow-moving catastrophes that will eventually be classified as radiation sickness. This understanding exists only partially, and the precautions that would follow from a full understanding do not yet exist at all. Marie carries her radioactive samples in the pockets of her coat. She handles the equipment with her bare hands. She works in enclosed spaces where the radiation levels are, by the standards of any subsequent era, shocking. She does all of this because she does not know the full extent of what it will cost her, and because even if she had known, even if someone had sat down with her in 1914 and explained in terms she could not dispute, exactly what the exposure was doing and would continue to do to her blood and her bones, it is not entirely clear that she would have made different choices. She has never prioritized her own safety above her work. She has never, in any context that the historical record makes visible, chosen comfort over purpose. The winter of 1915 is brutal, on the front and in Paris and everywhere in between. The optimism, if it can be called that, of the first weeks of the war, the belief held by everyone on every side that it would be brief, that it would be resolved before the leaves fell, or at worst before the snow came, has been ground down into something that nobody has a polite name for. The trenches are real now, not a temporary expedient, but the basic geography of the conflict. And everyone who looks at them honestly understands that this is not going to be over soon. The casualties are staggering. The hospitals are overwhelmed. The surgeons are doing their best work under the worst possible conditions, and the best possible conditions that Marie can provide them, the ability to see inside the bodies of the men they are trying to save, has become not a novelty or an innovation, but simply part of how battlefield medicine works, as indispensable as anesthetic and antiseptic. She keeps driving. Through 1915 and into 1916, through the worst of Verdun, a battle so prolonged and so savage that it will consume 300,000 lives before it ends, she keeps going back. The voitures radiologiques become a fixture of the medical landscape of the Western Front. The military authorities, who had been cautious and sometimes obstructive in the early months, have by now seen enough evidence of what the units can do that cooperation is easier to obtain. The women she has trained are, by every account that survives from this period, excellent. They are disciplined and skilled and competent under pressure in ways that continue to surprise the people who had doubted them. Though they do not surprise Marie, because Marie had selected them carefully and trained them rigorously and understood, from the evidence of her own life, that competence has no natural relationship to gender. There is a moment that several accounts from this period describe, in different ways but with consistent details, that captures something essential about what Marie was doing and what it meant. A field surgeon, overworked, exhausted, dealing with a casualty backlog that would have been paralyzing to contemplate, is working through a night shift in a tent somewhere near the front, and one of Marie's trained radiographers brings him a set of plates. The plates show him something he had not expected, a fragment, positioned in a way that his preliminary examination had not revealed, close to a structure that will require a different surgical approach than the one he had planned. He changes his approach. The operation goes well. The soldier survives. The surgeon, according to at least one version of this story, looks at the radiographer and says something like, "Where did you learn to do this?" And she tells him. She tells him about the basement of the Radium Institute, and the woman who taught her, and the woman's name. And the surgeon nods, slowly, as if this explains something that had been puzzling him, which perhaps it does. By 1917, the network is fully operational, and Marie is running it from Paris with the efficiency of someone who has spent a lifetime building systems designed to outlast the presence of their creator. She has established fixed radiological stations, not just the mobile units, but permanent installations in hospitals across the region. And the fixed stations and the mobile units work in coordination, so that the level of radiological service available to the surgeons of the French Military Medical Corps is, by the standards of any conflict that has preceded this one, extraordinary. Estimates from the post-war period suggest that over 1 million soldiers were examined using the network that Marie built and ran during the 4 years of the war. 1 million examinations. 1 million moments in which a surgeon had information he would not otherwise have had, and made a better decision because of it, and someone lived or suffered less, or healed more completely, because the decision was better. These are not abstractions. Behind every one of those 1 million examinations is a specific person. A young man from Lyon or Brittany or Paris or Alsace or any of the other places that were feeding their young men into the machinery of the Western Front, who was brought into a field station wounded and frightened, and who had something done for him that was, in its quiet technical way, a small act of grace. Marie does not use words like grace. She uses words like efficiency and accuracy and medical necessity. But the thing she is describing with those words, the thing she is doing with those vehicles and those women and those years of her life, is not reducible to those technical terms alone. It is something larger and more human than that. It is the application of a lifetime's accumulated knowledge to the most urgent problem of the moment, without reservation, without concern for personal comfort or personal glory, without any of the self-protective hesitation that might have led a less formidable person to say, "I am a scientist, not a soldier, not a nurse, not a logistician, not a driver. I will wait in my laboratory until the war is over." She does not wait. She drives. The war ends in November 1918, on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, with the signing of the armistice in a railway carriage in the forest of Compiègne. The guns stop. A silence falls over the Western Front that people who were there would describe for the rest of their lives as the strangest sound they had ever heard, the absence of something so constant and so overwhelming that its ending was itself almost a kind of shock. Marie Curie is in Paris when the armistice is announced. She is 61 years old. She has spent 4 years building and running a radiological network across a battlefield. training nearly 200 women as field radiographers, making hundreds of dangerous road journeys to the front in a converted automobile, absorbing doses of radiation that will continue to damage her body for the rest of her life without her being fully aware of what is happening. She has done all of this while also maintaining, as best she could, the administrative and scientific work of the Radium Institute, which she is determined to build into a world-class research facility once the war is over and the world returns to something resembling its normal shape. She does not celebrate, exactly. She is not someone who celebrates, in the usual sense. She has never been comfortable with the public expression of personal emotion, and the complexity of what she feels at the war's end. Relief, certainly, but also grief for the dead, concern for the damaged, and already, the forward-looking restlessness of someone whose mind is turning back toward the work that the war interrupted, does not lend itself to the kind of uncomplicated joy that fills the streets of Paris on the day the armistice is signed. But she goes out into those streets. She walks through Paris on the day the war ends, and she sees the city celebrating around her, the crowds, the flags, the singing, the weeping, the embracing of strangers, and she is part of it, and it is part of her, and she carries inside her, walking through that improbable and exhausted joy, the quiet knowledge of what she has done. Not the Nobel Prizes, not the discovery of polonium and radium, not the theoretical work that had remade the understanding of matter and energy. All of that is real and all of that matters, but this, specifically this, the voitures radiologiques, the petites Curies, the women trained in a basement, the million examinations, the surgeons who could see. The knowledge that she had taken what she knew and brought it to where it was needed, and that the distance between the laboratory and the front had not, in the end, been too great for her to cross. She walks home. She sits at her desk. She picks up a pen. And she goes back to work. Chapter 9: The American Tours. The year is 1920, and the world has changed in ways that would have been unimaginable to the young Maria Sklodowska, who once huddled over borrowed textbooks in a Warsaw apartment, dreaming of Paris. 2 decades have passed since she and Pierre first coaxed radium from its rocky hiding place, and in those 20 years, the element they discovered has become something far larger than either of them ever anticipated. It has become a symbol, a cause, a currency of hope in hospital corridors and research laboratories, from London to Tokyo, from Stockholm to Sao Paulo. And in no place does that symbol burn more brightly, or more hungrily, than in the United States of America. Marie Curie is 52 years old. Her hair, which was once the warm brown of autumn wheat, has gone entirely white, and she wears it pulled back in the same severe knot she has favored since her student days. Her eyes, still gray-green and still formidably penetrating, have begun to trouble her. Years of working beside radioactive materials without protection, years of carrying test tubes in her coat pockets, years of reading by lamplight in rooms where the very air glowed faintly with ionizing radiation, have taken a slow and accumulating toll. She does not speak of this. She rarely speaks of her body at all, except to note occasionally and with mild irritation that it interferes with her work. Her laboratory on the Rue Curie in Paris is, by any reasonable measure, one of the most celebrated scientific institutions in the world. And yet it is, by any honest measure, desperately underfunded. Radium is the problem. It is always radium. The element that bears her discovery, that exists because of her decade of grinding, bone-exhausting labor, costs more than gold. More than almost anything. To purchase a single gram of radium salt, suitable for research, requires resources so vast that even the combined budgets of the Curie Institute and its partners cannot reliably produce them. And so Marie sits at her desk in Paris, surrounded by the legacy of discovery, and works with a fraction of the material she needs. It is into this situation that a woman named Missy enters, and the history of American philanthropy is never quite the same afterward. Marie Mattingly Maloney, known to virtually everyone as Missy, is the editor of The Delineator, one of the most widely read women's magazines in the United States. She is small in stature, frequently ill, possessed of a constitution that her doctors have worried over for years, and she is quite possibly the most determined human being that Marie Curie has ever encountered, which is saying something remarkable. Missy has been writing to the Institut du Radium for months, requesting an interview with Madame Curie. Marie, who gives almost no interviews and who regards the press with the wary suspicion of someone who has been burned by it more than once, has declined every overture. Missy does not give up. She simply asks again and again. And when Marie's secretary suggests that perhaps Madame would see this particular journalist just once for a brief conversation, Marie agrees with the kind of reluctant sigh that in another person might have been a laugh. They meet in the spring of 1920, in Marie's office. The room is plain almost to severity. There are papers everywhere, ordered in the way that only their owner could decode. There are photographs of Pierre on the desk, small and framed simply. There is a periodic table pinned to the wall, annotated in pencil. Missy arrives and finds a woman who seems, at first, smaller than expected. More tired. More contained. Marie greets her with the formal courtesy she extends to all visitors, offers a chair and waits. What follows is a conversation that neither woman entirely expects. Missy asks her questions, and Marie answers them with characteristic directness, giving nothing that was not asked for, offering no color, no sentiment, no drama. She speaks about radium in the way that a musician might speak about an instrument, with love that has been so thoroughly absorbed into precision that it barely resembles love at all. She speaks about the research, the possibilities, the work that remains to be done. And then Missy asks, carefully, how much radium the Institut du Radium currently possesses for research purposes. 1 gram, Marie tells her. The Institute has 1 gram. Missy is quiet for a moment. She knows the price. 1 gram of radium in 1920 costs approximately $100,000. The entire scientific program that Marie Curie has built, the research into cancer treatment, the investigations into radioactivity, the training of the next generation of scientists, runs on 1 gram of radium. A quantity that would fit with room to spare in a thimble. The American woman looks at the French scientist, and something shifts in the room. Missy Maloney leaves the office that afternoon with one thought occupying her completely: Marie Curie must have more radium. And the United States of America is going to give it to her. What Missy organizes over the following year is a feat of grassroots fundraising so extraordinary that it becomes a template for charitable campaigns for decades to come. She does not go to wealthy industrialists first. She does not approach foundations or government bodies or scientific councils. She goes to the readers of The Delineator. She goes to the school children of New York and Ohio and California. She goes to the women's clubs of the Midwest and the church groups of the South and the civic associations of New England. She tells them about a woman named Marie Curie, who discovered radium, who won 2 Nobel Prizes, who lost her husband to a street accident and then kept working, who has spent her life in service to science and through science to humanity, and who cannot afford enough of her own element to do her work. The response is unlike anything Missy anticipated, and she anticipated a great deal. Money comes in from everywhere. Dollars and dimes and nickels and quarters, sent in envelopes with handwritten notes, sent by schoolgirls who have emptied their piggy banks, sent by nurses who have seen what radium can do for cancer patients, sent by women who have read about Marie Curie in the pages of a magazine and have felt something stir in them that does not entirely have a name. Within months, the Marie Curie Radium Fund has enough. Enough to purchase 1 gram of radium. $100,000, raised not from the wealthy few, but from the ordinary many. It is a number that will not mean much to history. The gram of radium it buys will eventually decay, as all radium decays. But the act of giving, the collective decision of hundreds of thousands of ordinary Americans to invest in science, in a woman in the future, that does not decay. When Missy writes to Marie to tell her that the money has been raised, Marie reads the letter sitting at her desk in Paris, in the office with the periodic table on the wall. She reads it once, then reads it again. She has spent her entire career managing the gap between what science requires and what the world provides. She has begged and scraped and written grant applications, and negotiated with committees, and watched promising research stall for lack of materials. And now a woman she met once, in a brief conversation in an underfurnished office, has gone out into a country Marie has never visited, and convinced the school children of that country to buy her radium. She agrees to come to America. The preparations for the American tour of 1921 occupy Marie with the kind of organizational intensity that is both familiar to her and faintly alarming. She will be accompanied by her two daughters, Irene, who is 23 and already deep in her own scientific career, and Eve, who is 16 and possessed of a vivid social ease that her mother has always regarded with affectionate bewilderment. The three Curie women sail from Cherbourg aboard the SS Olympic, and as the coast of France recedes behind them, Marie stands on the deck for a while and watches it go. She is not, by temperament, a traveler. She is a person of fixed habits and fixed spaces, and the laboratory is her natural element, as surely as radium is its own. But she understands the importance of this journey. Not merely for the radium, though the radium is everything. She understands it as a statement made in the language of presence rather than paper. A statement that science matters, that women in science matter, that the work of understanding the physical world is not a private enterprise, but a shared human project that belongs to everyone who is willing to fund it, believe in it, and occasionally wait years for it to produce results. The ship arrives in New York Harbor on May 11, 1921, and what Marie Curie encounters on the docks is nothing she has any preparation for. The crowds are immense. The noise is immediate and overwhelming and continuous, a wall of sound composed of cheering and band music and shouted names. Reporters crowd forward with cameras and notebooks. Women in their best clothes push toward the gangplank. Children wave small flags. There are banners. There are flowers. The mayor of New York is somewhere in the vicinity. Missy, who has organized all of this with the same calm efficiency she brings to everything, is at Marie's side, but even Missy seems briefly awed by the scale of what she has created. Marie herself is almost entirely still. She stands at the top of the gangplank and looks at it, all of it, and her face carries the expression it often carries in public, composed, watchful, slightly remote, as if she is observing from a scientific distance that she does not quite know how to close. She is not cold. Those who know her well understand that the reserve is not coldness, but something more like armor, the protective coating of a person who has been very publicly wounded, and has learned not to present too much of herself to the world at once. But in this moment, on the docks of New York, even the armor is not quite sufficient to entirely contain what she feels. Because they are not cheering for a queen, or a general, or a politician. They are cheering for a scientist. They are cheering for her work. In all the years of her career, through all the prizes and the lectures and the photographs in newspapers, Marie has never quite reconciled herself to fame, has never trusted it or felt entirely comfortable inside it. But here, on these docks, surrounded by this improbable noise, she allows herself to feel something that she does not usually permit, the simple, enormous satisfaction of being recognized for the right thing. The weeks that follow are extraordinary and exhausting in equal measure. Missy has planned the tour with the thoroughness of a military campaign, and Marie moves through it with the stoic discipline that has always been one of her most essential qualities. There are receptions and dinners and honorary degrees, Universities queuing up to confer distinctions on her as if degrees are something that can be simply transferred to a person who already has more than enough recognition, and what she actually needs is more radium and more sleep. She receives them graciously, sitting through ceremony after ceremony, with the patient courtesy of someone who understands that the ceremony is not really about her, but about what the institution needs to say. She visits Smith College and Wellesley College and the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. She speaks to student bodies of young women who look at her with expressions she recognizes but cannot quite meet, expressions of aspiration, of the kind of fierce private identification that a young person feels when they see in an older one the map of a road they want to take. Marie has never known how to speak directly to that feeling. She can speak about radium and polonium and ionization and the half-lives of radioactive elements with the precision of a human encyclopedia. She cannot, without considerable discomfort, speak about herself as an example. But she understands that she is one, and she tries, in the formal way available to her, to be worthy of what these young women see when they look at her. She visits the Carrie Chapman Catt's League of Women Voters, newly formed in the aftermath of the 19th Amendment, which has given American women the vote just 1 year before. Marie is not, by inclination, a political person. She has spent her career trying to keep her head below the waterline of politics, understanding instinctively that the moment a scientist becomes primarily identified with a cause, her science begins to suffer. But in the presence of these women, organized and purposeful and conscious of the long struggle that brought them to this moment, she feels something that is not politics, but is adjacent to it. A recognition of collective effort, of the slow and cumulative work of changing what is considered possible. On May 20, 1921, Marie Curie is received at the White House by President Warren G. Harding. She arrives in the morning, accompanied by Missy and her daughters, and the formality of the occasion sits slightly awkwardly on a woman who is more at ease in a laboratory coat than in the silk dress she is wearing. Harding is amiable, broadly well-meaning in the way of men who have found themselves in positions of power by a combination of availability and charm. And he clearly understands that what he is doing today is important without being entirely certain why. He will present to Marie Curie a small golden key in a white leather box. The key symbolizes the container in which 1 gram of radium has been sealed. A gram of radium that is now formally and legally the property of Marie Curie personally, to be used in her research for so long as she lives. The ceremony is simple and brief. Harding reads from a prepared statement. Marie responds with the quiet graciousness that has served her in 1,000 formal situations. There are photographs. There are handshakes. And then, in a moment that will be recorded in the accounts of people present and repeated in the years that follow, Marie leans toward Missy and says, very quietly, that she would like the legal documents to be amended. The radium should not be given to Marie Curie, the woman. It should be given to the Institut du Radium, to the institution, to the science, so that it will endure beyond any single person's lifetime. It is such a characteristic gesture that those who know her are not surprised. The ones who are meeting her for the first time are. But the gram of radium is only part of what this tour accomplishes. What Marie is doing, in every reception room and on every college campus, in every dinner with donors and every conversation with journalists, and every photograph taken on the steps of one grand building or another, is something that has no name in the scientific literature, but that is entirely real. She is making science visible. She is making it human and present, and worthy of investment in the minds of people who will never perform an experiment or read a research paper, but who can, if asked in the right way by the right person, decide that the work matters. She is raising not just money, but consciousness, the sense in the American public mind that basic scientific research is not a luxury or an abstraction, but a living, urgent collaborative project in which everyone has a stake. She is also exhausted. By June, her wrist is swollen from the endless handshaking, and she is forced to carry it in a sling. The schedule that Missy has constructed, which would challenge a person in perfect health, is pushing Marie past limits she has been careful not to examine too closely. She develops a fever that forces the cancellation of several engagements. She keeps the rest. She keeps them because the alternative, lying in a hotel room in New York while obligations accumulate and Missy worries, is less acceptable to her than the pain in her wrist and the exhaustion in her bones. The tour concludes. She sails back to France with the documentation for 1 gram of radium, and in her careful way, the beginnings of a plan. The years between the first American tour and the second are years of deep and serious work. The Institut du Radium produces research that builds on the new supply of radium, and Marie's team explores questions of radioactivity and its medical applications with the methodical rigor that has always distinguished their work. Irene, who has grown into a scientist of formidable ability, is increasingly central to the laboratory's work, and Marie watches her elder daughter with the complex, largely unexpressed pride of a parent who sees in a child not a reflection of herself, but a genuine continuation of something larger than either of them. She travels. Not to America, not yet, but within Europe, to conferences and meetings, and the occasional lecture engagement that she can be persuaded to undertake. She appears at the Solvay conferences, those remarkable gatherings of the finest physical minds of the age, and she sits in the photographs among Einstein and Bohr and Heisenberg and Planck, the only woman in almost every frame, correct and composed and, if one looks carefully at her eyes in the photographs, deeply actively engaged. She is not decorative. She is not symbolic. She is working. But the call from America comes again, and this time it comes from a different direction. Poland, her homeland, the country that shaped everything in her that was not shaped by science, has its own scientific institutions, and they are in need. The Warsaw Radium Institute, which Marie has supported and advocated for since its founding, requires radium for its own cancer research program. 1 gram. Again. Always 1 gram. The cost is still approximately $100,000, still more than the combined resources of everything Poland can bring to bear. And so Marie, at the urging of her sister Branya and the leadership of the Warsaw Institute, agrees to return to the United States. To ask again. To let herself be the instrument by which the appeal is made. This time she knows what she is walking into. The second American tour begins in October of 1929, and Marie is 61 years old and not well. Her eyes are significantly worse. She has had several operations on them, and the cataracts that have been building for years have reached the point where her vision is seriously compromised. She wears tinted glasses in public, partly to protect her light-sensitive eyes and partly, one suspects, because they offer a small measure of privacy behind glass. She carries herself with the same erect, composed bearing that has always been her public posture, and most of the people who see her do not suspect how much the tour costs her. She arrives again in New York, and the reception is again extraordinary. America has not forgotten her. The schoolgirls who emptied their piggy banks 8 years ago are women now, and some of them are in the crowds, and they bring their daughters. The journalists who covered her first tour are there with their notebooks, and the questions they ask have shifted slightly. There is more curiosity now about her inner life, about what she thinks and feels, about the woman rather than purely the scientist. She deflects these questions with the same patient firmness she has always brought to them. She will speak about science. She will speak about Poland. She will speak about the work. She will not, with any great enthusiasm, speak about herself. She meets President Herbert Hoover at the White House on October 30, 1929. a date that acquires a particular resonance almost immediately because it is the day after Black Tuesday, the catastrophic stock market crash that has just unmade the financial world. The country is in shock. The newspapers are full of ruin. And yet the ceremony goes forward because Hoover understands, and his wife Lou Hoover, who is more scientifically literate than her husband and who has been looking forward to this meeting considerably more than the financial news of the previous day, that some things must continue regardless of what the markets do. The second gram of radium is presented. This one is destined for Warsaw, for the Radium Institute that Brania has helped to build, for the Polish researchers who will use it to treat cancer patients in a country that has been reborn from partition within Marie's own lifetime. She accepts it with the same insistence that it be given not to her but to the institution, the same careful legal clarity that governed the first gift, the same instinct to ensure that what is given to science remains with science and does not become entangled with the mortality of any individual. But there is something different about this presentation, something that everyone in the room can feel without being able to name precisely. In 1921, Marie Curie was already famous, already historical, already a monument while still alive. In 1929, she is something more, or something other. She is 8 years older, and those 8 years have been marked in her face and her eyes and the care with which she moves. The world has changed around her with a velocity that 1921 could not have predicted. There is radio now, filling living rooms with voices. There are more automobiles than anyone could have counted. There are airplanes making the Atlantic a shorter distance than it was before. There is the beginning, just the beginning of something called nuclear physics, which is a field of inquiry that owes its very existence to the discoveries Marie made in a converted shed in Paris in the last years of the previous century. She is the origin point. She is standing at a White House ceremony in 1929, holding a document transferring ownership of 1 gram of radium to a Polish scientific institution. And she is the origin point of the entire scientific conversation that the 20th century is about to have. She meets people on this second tour who are different from those she met on the first. There are more scientists now who want to speak with her as a colleague. Younger researchers in nuclear physics and radiochemistry who treat her not with the reverence of the general public, but with the specific technical admiration of people who have built their careers on foundations she laid. She speaks with them more freely than she speaks with anyone else, dropping the formal reserve, asking sharp questions, listening to the answers with complete attention. Her eyes may be failing, but her mind is as precise and demanding as it has ever been. She attends a dinner hosted by a consortium of American women's organizations, and the room is filled with women who represent every aspect of the progress that has been made since her first visit. There are physicians and lawyers and scientists and politicians and journalists, women who in 1921 were still fighting for the right to vote, and who have now been voting for 9 years, and are doing so with the purposeful energy of people who understand that the vote is not an end but a beginning. Marie looks around the room, and what she feels is not the detachment of the famous observer, but something warmer. The recognition of belonging to a long distributed effort that operates across generations and professions and national boundaries, an effort that has no single name but that has at its core the insistence that women are full participants in the world. She gives a speech. It is characteristically brief and characteristically devoid of sentiment, focused on the science, on the specific applications of radium to cancer treatment, on the importance of basic research funding. But at the end of it, she pauses in a way that those who know her will recognize as the pause of someone who has decided to say something they have been holding for a while. She says that she hopes the young women in the room will know that science is not a closed door. She says this simply and without elaboration, in the way that she says everything, and then she sits down. But the women in the room carry it home with them, and it is the line from the speech that is quoted in the newspapers the next day. The tour continues. She visits research institutions, and at each one she asks to see what they are working on, genuinely asking, not performing interest but expressing it. She walks through laboratories and looks at equipment, and the researchers who show her around notice that she asks the kinds of questions that can only be asked by someone who knows exactly what they are looking at. She is nearly blind, but she sees the science with a clarity that has nothing to do with her eyes. She is taken to see American hospitals that use radium in cancer treatment, hospitals that are using techniques and protocols that trace their lineage directly back to the work done in her laboratory, by her and by Pierre, and by the long succession of researchers who have built on what they began. She stands in these rooms where patients are being treated with radiation, and her face is very still, and she does not speak much. She has always understood that the point of the science is this: not the papers, not the prizes, not the grams carefully weighed and documented, but this: the patient in the room, the disease that can be fought, the life that can continue. She has understood it for 30 years, but she does not say it easily, because the things she feels most deeply are the things she is least able to articulate. She visits Niagara Falls, because Missy insists, and because Marie has learned to trust Missy's insistence in matters of this kind. She stands at the rail and watches the water fall, the enormous, indifferent, geological fall of it, and she is quiet for a long time. Eve, who has come with her on this tour as she came in 1921, watches her mother watching the falls, and later will write about it, the white-haired woman with the tinted glasses, standing very still while the world falls around her, apparently thinking about something that has nothing to do with waterfalls and everything to do with physics. Perhaps energy. Perhaps mass. Perhaps the invisible constant that connects all moving things to all other moving things. No one asks, and she does not say. The second American tour draws to a close in November, and Marie prepares to return to France. She carries with her the documentation for the gram of radium destined for Warsaw, and she carries the memory of thousands of faces, school children and nurses and researchers and politicians and the wives of industrialists and the daughters of immigrants and women who became doctors after decades of being told they could not, and young scientists who leaned forward in their chairs when she walked into their laboratories because she was the living proof that the work was possible and the questions were real. She will deliver the radium documentation personally in Warsaw in 1932, standing in the completed Radium Institute beside Branya, the sister who loaned her money for train fare to Paris in 1891 and who has never stopped believing in what that loan would become. They will stand together in a building full of equipment and researchers and possibility, two old women who have outlasted everything that tried to stop them. And Marie will think but will not say, because she never says, that this is the thing. This is what it was for. But that day is still ahead. In November of 1929, she is on a ship in the middle of the Atlantic, heading home, and the world is changing faster than even she can fully apprehend. The physics she began is becoming something vast and strange and powerful. Nuclear fission is coming, though she will not live to see it fully arrive. The atom is about to crack open in ways that are connected to her work in ways both direct and terrible and complex. She sits on the deck of the ship, as she sat 8 years before on a different ship going the other direction, and she watches the ocean. The ocean does not care about radium, or Nobel Prizes, or grams or dollars, or the specific gravity of human ambition. It moves according to the same physical laws that she has spent her life trying to read. The water is water and the waves are energy, and the energy travels, and the ocean does not rest, and in this, if she is looking for something to recognize, she can find it. She is not done. She is 61 years old and nearly blind, and the disease in her blood that will eventually be named aplastic anemia has been building for years, and she is not done. The laboratory is waiting in Paris. Irene is there, and the next generation of researchers, and questions that have not yet been asked, and equipment that needs calibrating and work, always the work, the irreducible, sustaining, demanding, beautiful work, waiting as it always waits for her to come back to it. She will. Chapter 10. The Luminous Legacy. The laboratory is quiet in the early morning hours, before the assistants arrive, before the hum of equipment fills the air, and the day's work begins in earnest. In these still, pale moments, when the light coming through the tall windows of the Radium Institute is thin and cool and silver, Marie Curie moves through the rooms with the unhurried deliberateness of someone who has learned over a very long life that rushing changes nothing. She checks temperatures. She reads measurements left over from the previous evening. She touches the edge of a glass tube with 2 fingers, not quite grasping it, simply confirming that it is there. She is in her 60s now, and the years have settled into her body the way sediment settles into a river, slowly, invisibly, and then all at once. Her hair, which was once a rich, dark brown, the hair of a young woman who had come to Paris with almost nothing, is now entirely white. Her hands, which have handled more radioactive material than perhaps any hands in human history, bear the marks of that long intimacy. The skin is scarred in places, roughened and discolored from decades of chemical contact, from burns she never spoke about, and never treated with any particular urgency, because there was always something more pressing to attend to. Her eyesight has been failing for years, the cataracts forming like frost on a window pane, dimming her vision 1 slow degree at a time. And yet she is here. She is always here. The Radium Institute, the Institut du Radium on the Rue Pierre Curie in Paris, is her life's final monument, though she would bristle at the word monument because monuments are for people who have finished their work, and she has not finished. She helped found this institution in 1914, built it from correspondence and persuasion and sheer will, during a period when the world was about to tear itself apart in the first of its great 20th century catastrophes. She has run it now for years as its director, shepherding young scientists through their research, attracting talent from across Europe and beyond, presiding over a place that has become one of the most important centers of scientific inquiry on the continent. The institute has 2 wings. One belongs to the physicists. The other to the biologists and physicians, the men and women who are learning to use radiation not merely to understand the universe, but to heal the human body. This dual mission, pure science and applied medicine, is not a compromise to Marie. It is a completeness. She has always believed that knowledge which cannot eventually touch human life is knowledge that has not yet been fully thought through. The Institute embodies that belief. It breathes it. Every morning that she walks through its doors, she is walking into the fullest expression of everything she has spent her life trying to build. In 1930, the world around this small, luminous institution is changing in ways that are difficult not to notice, even for a woman who has always preferred the inside of a laboratory to the outside of one. The Great Depression is spreading its long shadow across Europe and America alike. Governments are tightening their budgets. Philanthropy is drying up. The comfortable arrangements that had sustained scientific research through the 1920s, the patronage, the grants, the international goodwill that had flowed so generously in the years after the war, are becoming harder to rely upon. Marie has spent a not insignificant portion of her later career raising money. This is not something she enjoys. She is constitutionally unsuited to it, by temperament and by inclination, because fundraising requires a particular kind of social performance, the gracious smile, the patient explanation of complex science, translated into terms that move a donor's heart rather than engage his mind. And Marie has never been especially comfortable with performance of any kind. She is a person of extraordinary directness. She says what she means. She does not embellish. She is not skilled at telling people what they wish to hear, and fundraising very often requires exactly that. And yet she does it. She travels when she must. She writes the letters. She accepts the honorary degrees and the ceremonial dinners, and the long, exhausting journeys across oceans that take weeks and leave her drained in ways that take longer and longer to recover from. She does all of it because the Institute needs resources to survive, and the Institute's survival is not a bureaucratic concern, it is a scientific one. The research being done inside those walls, by the young men and women she has trained and recruited and believed in, is research that matters. Stopping it because of a failure of funding would be a kind of crime. Marie does not allow herself to think about stopping it. Her daughter Irene is here now too. This is one of the private satisfactions of these later years, the satisfaction that she does not often speak about, because private satisfactions are the kind she keeps closest. Irene Joliot-Curie, who carries both her mother's name and her mother's particular quality of absolute scientific seriousness, has become a researcher of genuine distinction. She works at the Institute alongside her husband, Frédéric Joliot, and together they are pursuing lines of research in nuclear physics that Marie follows with an attention that is equal parts maternal and collegial. It is a strange and wonderful thing to be a scientist whose child has become a scientist. It creates a doubling of the work, a way of seeing your own questions answered by someone who grew up watching you ask them. Irene did not become a scientist because of her mother's fame, or rather she did not become one in spite of it, which would have been equally understandable. She became one because science was the atmosphere of her childhood, as natural and omnipresent as air, and she breathed it in without thinking about it, and could not imagine breathing anything else. Marie sees something of herself in Irene, the same precision, the same discomfort with imprecision, the same tendency to say less than she feels and work harder than she shows. What she has not passed on to Irene, or has tried not to, is the exhaustion. Marie knows, she has known for years with the particular clarity that comes from having observed too many things too closely, that something in her body is not right. The tiredness she feels is not the tiredness of overwork, though she has certainly overworked. It is something deeper. Something cellular. It moves in her blood. There are days when her hands shake slightly, when the act of writing a letter requires a concentration she once gave only to the hardest experimental problems. There are days when the light in the laboratory seems too bright, not because her cataracts are worsening, but because her eyes ache with a fatigue she cannot sleep away. She does not discuss this with her colleagues. She mentions it only obliquely to Irene, who watches her mother with the vigilance of someone who has learned that the person she loves most is not very good at admitting when she needs help. She does not write about it in her scientific notebooks, which remain precise and detailed and entirely impersonal, because the notebooks are not for feelings. The notebooks are for facts. The fact, though she does not write it down, is that she is dying. Not quickly. Not dramatically. In the way that radiation works on the body, which is slowly and invisibly, and without any of the mercy of speed. It is the accumulated weight of 35 years of intimate contact with polonium and radium and every other radioactive substance she has handled, carried, breathed in, absorbed through the skin of those damaged, faithful hands. The science of radiation's biological effects is still being worked out in these years. Marie herself helped establish that ionizing radiation damages living tissue. She knew this. She used this knowledge to build the radiological units during the war, the petites Curies that moved through the battlefields carrying X-ray equipment to the wounded. She understood intellectually that exposure was dangerous. But understanding something intellectually and applying it to yourself are different operations entirely. And Marie was never very good at applying caution to herself. She was good at applying it to her experiments. She was good at protecting her students from unnecessary exposure. Or at least, she became good at this as the years went on and the evidence accumulated. But herself she treated as if the rules were somewhat different, as if the body that had carried her through all of this were somehow exempt from the ordinary laws that governed other bodies. It was not. It never had been. In 1932, something happens that recharges her scientific attention with a voltage it had perhaps been quietly missing. Her son-in-law Frederick and her daughter Irene are working through a puzzle, a strange result in nuclear physics that other researchers, including the Germans Walther Bothe and Herbert Becker, and the Joliot-Curies themselves, have been circling around without quite resolving. A particle is being produced in certain nuclear reactions, a particle that seems to pass through matter without being deflected by electrical fields, which means it carries no electrical charge. James Chadwick at the Cavendish Laboratory in Cambridge announces in 1932 that he has identified this particle. It is the neutron, the neutral partner to the proton in the nucleus of the atom. Marie follows this with an intensity that cuts through the fog of her fatigue. The neutron is not a surprise to theoretical physics, which had long suspected that something of this kind must exist. But its experimental confirmation is a landmark. She is old enough to remember when the atom itself was still a largely theoretical construct, when no one had any certain knowledge of what an atom looked like from the inside. She has lived through the entire discovery of the atom's interior, the electron, the nucleus, the proton, and now the neutron. She has not merely witnessed this progression from the outside. She has been part of it, has contributed to the experimental foundation upon which these discoveries rest, has spent her life building the scaffolding that allowed others to climb higher. There is something both wonderful and humbling about this. The wonderful part is obvious. The humbling part is subtler, the recognition that science is not a story with a single author. It is a conversation across time, and each generation picks up the thread where the previous one left it, and no one owns the conversation, no one gets to conclude it, and the greatest scientists are not the ones who finish the work, but the ones who make it possible for the next person to go further. She has made it possible for a great many next persons. In her laboratory in these years, the work continues. Her students and researchers publish. They make incremental advances in radiochemistry, the careful, patient extraction of radioactive isotopes, the measurement of their properties, the mapping of their behaviors. It is not glamorous work, the way the discovery of polonium and radium had been glamorous, the way those first frantic years in the converted shed had been glamorous in retrospect, though they had not felt glamorous at the time. It is steady work. It is the work of consolidation and precision, of building a more complete picture of things already known. And Marie believes in this kind of work the way she believes in the slow accumulation of data points that eventually, if you have enough of them, begin to tell you something you could not have predicted from any one of them individually. She corresponds constantly. The letters she writes in these years, to scientists across Europe, to former students now running their own laboratories, to administrators and funders and government officials, to the small number of people she considers genuine friends, are models of a certain kind of prose, clear, direct, economical, never effusive, never casual. She does not write for effect. She writes to communicate, and the precision of her scientific thinking has given her prose the same quality it gave her experiments. Nothing wasted, nothing there that does not need to be there, every word pulling its weight. She keeps up with the journals. Even as her eyesight dims, even as the print requires more effort to resolve into meaning, she reads the new papers from the new laboratories. The field of nuclear physics is accelerating in these years, gathering a momentum that even she, who has seen so much of its history, can feel. The neutron's discovery is the beginning of something. She can sense it the way she could sense, 30 years ago, that radioactivity was not a curiosity but a window into something fundamental about the nature of matter that would take generations to fully understand. She is right about this, as she was right about so many things, though she will not live to see the full unfolding of what she senses. The cataracts have become severe enough by this point that she has had surgery, 4 operations in all, to restore some portion of the sight she has been losing for years. The recoveries are difficult. She must rest, and resting is not something that comes naturally to her. She uses a magnifying glass. She has her letters read to her when necessary. She adapts, the way she has always adapted, without complaint and without drawing attention to the adaptation, because the work requires her to be functional, and being functional is the only category she has ever organized herself around. There are moments in these final years when the people around her catch glimpses of something they rarely saw in her when she was younger, something that might be called contentment, or at least its near neighbor, which is satisfaction. The Institute is running. It is producing good science. Irene and Frederick were closing in on a discovery that Marie can almost see, the outlines of it visible in the data they share with her. A discovery about artificial radioactivity that will, within a year of Marie's death, earn them the Nobel Prize that their mother never quite got around to imagining for them, though she always knew they were capable of it. The students she has trained are scattered across the world now, in universities and laboratories from Warsaw to New York, carrying with them the methods she taught them, the standards she insisted upon, the particular quality of scientific seriousness that was the most important thing she ever passed on. Not a discovery, not a technique, but an attitude. A way of approaching the unknown that combined maximum rigor with maximum imagination. She did not give them answers. She taught them how to ask questions properly, and that, in the long run, is the only teaching that lasts. Poland is always in her mind. It has never left. She was born Maria Skłodowska in Warsaw in 1867, in a city that was then part of the Russian Empire, in a country that had been erased from the maps of Europe for nearly a century. She left Poland as a young woman and made her life in France, and France gave her everything: her education, her laboratory, her husband, her children, her career. She is French by adoption and by achievement and by the terms of her fame. But she is Polish by something deeper, something that does not have a precise scientific name, something that has to do with the particular quality of longing that belongs to people who come from places that have been taken away. She helped found the Radium Institute of Warsaw. She donated a gram of radium to it, a gram of the substance she had spent years of her life isolating, a substance worth an enormous sum of money, because Poland needed it, and because giving it to Poland felt like giving something back to the country that had formed her. She visited Warsaw. She walked through the streets of the city she had left as a young woman and felt the complicated vertigo of return, the sense that the place you came from and the person you have become are not quite the same size, that one of them has grown in the intervening years and the other has stayed fixed, and you are not always sure which is which. Poland knew who she was. Poland was proud of her in the way that small nations are proud of their great emigrants, with a pride that is also partly a reproach, the pride of a parent who can see that the child has succeeded beyond anything the parent could have offered. She accepted this. She accepted it graciously and without false sentiment, and she continued to care about Poland's scientific development in practical terms, because practical terms were the only terms in which she knew how to care about anything. In the spring of 1934, her health declines with a decisiveness that can no longer be misread as ordinary fatigue. She is running a persistent fever that she cannot shake. She has lost weight. There is something wrong with her blood. The counts are abnormal in ways that her doctors struggle to interpret, partly because the medical science of radiation-induced hematological disease is not yet fully developed. The body's response to decades of radiation exposure is being described in real time, and the person being described is one of the people who made the exposure possible in the first place. She goes to a sanatorium in the French Alps, in Saint-Salomaz, in the hope that the mountain air will restore something. She has always believed, in a general way, in the restorative power of the natural world. She has hiked in the mountains. She has spent summers in simple places, far from cities and laboratories, letting the clean silence work on her the way it works on everyone who needs it. But this time, the mountain air does not reach whatever is failing inside her. The fever does not break. The weakness does not lift. Irene visits. She sees her mother in the high mountain room, in the white light of a place that is very quiet, and she understands what she is seeing, the way children understand things about their parents that they have been not quite understanding for some time, and then suddenly all at once can no longer avoid. Marie looks out the window. The mountains are very beautiful. She has always been capable of finding beauty in things. Not the beauty of art or ornamentation, which she was mostly indifferent to, but the beauty of structure, of the underlying order that reveals itself when you look at something long enough and carefully enough. The mountains have that kind of beauty. They are the result of forces acting over enormous stretches of time, of heat and pressure and slow collision. And they are beautiful in the way that all products of deep time are beautiful, with a permanence that puts the human scale of things gently in its place. She is not afraid of what is coming. This is not bravery exactly, or not only bravery. It is something more philosophical, the same quality that had made her able to work for 4 years in a damp, drafty shed on a problem that might never have yielded anything. She had always had the capacity to accept uncertainty without being paralyzed by it, to keep working in the absence of guarantees, to trust the process even when the process offered no comfort and no clear destination. This capacity had made her a great scientist. It serves her now in a different way. She dies on the 4th of July, 1934. The cause is aplastic anemia, a failure of the bone marrow to produce sufficient blood cells, a condition consistent with and almost certainly caused by a lifetime of radiation exposure. She is 66 years old. It is a quiet death in a quiet place, very far from the laboratories and the lecture halls and the award ceremonies and the newspaper headlines that had structured the public version of her life. The private Marie Curie, the one who woke early and moved through silent rooms, who ate simple food and preferred simple places, who was happiest when the problem in front of her was harder than anything she had previously solved, that Marie Curie had always been somewhat at odds with the famous one, and at the end it was the private one who was there. The notebooks she left behind are still, to this day, radioactive. They are kept in lead-lined boxes in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Researchers who wish to examine them must sign a waiver acknowledging the radiation risk and wear protective gear. The notebooks are nearly a century old, and they are still hot with the residue of the work she did in them, still glowing faintly with the evidence of what she handled and measured and understood. If you hold a Geiger counter near them, it speaks. It counts. It registers the presence of something that was there before the researchers, before the archivists, before the careful librarians who keep the boxes sealed. There is something about this that resists the usual ways of talking about legacy. Legacy is often described as influence, the ideas and methods that a person passes on, the students they train, the institutions they build, the findings they contribute to the accumulated store of human knowledge. All of that is true of Marie Curie, and all of it is measurable in the ordinary ways. The Radium Institute she built continued for decades to produce important science. Irene and Frédéric Joliot-Curie discovered artificial radioactivity in 1934, the year Marie died, and were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 1935, making the Curie family the most decorated family in Nobel history. The techniques of radiochemistry that Marie developed and refined became the foundation of nuclear medicine, of radiation therapy, of the diagnostic tools that now move through hospitals around the world every hour of every day. The chain of consequence is long and still unspooling. But the notebooks add a different dimension to the idea of legacy, something more literal, more material, more strange. She did not merely leave ideas behind. She left behind objects that are still, physically, doing what she studied. The radioactive decay she measured and characterized is still happening inside the fibers of those pages. The half-lives she helped calculate are still ticking over atom by atom, electron by electron, in the dark of the lead-lined boxes. The science is not metaphorically alive in her legacy. It is literally alive in her notebooks. The boundary between the scientist and the science, in her case, was never very clean. She was the first woman to win a Nobel Prize. She was the first person to win two. She remains the only person ever to have won Nobel Prizes in two different sciences. These distinctions are real, and they matter, not because prizes are what science is for, but because they represent the judgment of the scientific community at successive moments in time. The community's acknowledgement that what she had done was not merely good but foundational, not merely careful but transformative. But the prizes are not where the meaning lives. The meaning lives in the shed on the Rue Land, where she and Pierre spent 4 years reducing tons of pitchblende into an element no one had seen before. It lives in the cold winters and the bad lighting and the physical exhaustion of that work, in the decision to keep going when there was no particular reason to believe that keeping going would produce anything. It lives in the choice she made as a young woman in Warsaw, a woman who was not allowed by her government to attend university in her own country, to save money slowly, patiently, over years, and then to travel to Paris alone and begin again. She began so many things. She began a field of science. She began an institute. She began a conversation about what women were capable of in the laboratory, and in the world that is still ongoing, still unfinished, still generating its own kind of radioactive energy, the kind that does not diminish with time but instead spreads outward, touching more and more of the material it comes into contact with, changing it in ways that are invisible at first and then, suddenly, undeniable. The light in the laboratory is thin and cool and silver in the early morning. The equipment is quiet. The notebooks are in their boxes. The institute stands on its street. And inside it, the work continues, because the work always continues, because that is what she built it to do, not to celebrate what had been discovered, but to discover what had not yet been seen, to press forward into the unknown with the patience and the rigor and the absolute refusal to stop that was, in the end, the most essential thing she was. The name on the street outside is hers. The radium in the laboratory is partly hers, the substance she spent her life with, that she isolated and named and characterized and gave to the world and carried in her body until her body could carry it no more. And somewhere in the air of that building, in the particular quality of attention that the people inside it bring to their work, in the way they check their measurements twice, in the way they do not move on until they are certain, in the way they believe, without needing to say it aloud, that precision is not a bureaucratic virtue but a moral one, somewhere in all of that she is still present. Not as a ghost. Not as a memory. As a method. As a standard. As the baseline of what it means to do this work seriously, to do it honestly, to do it without asking whether it will be recognized or rewarded or understood in your own lifetime, to do it because the universe contains things that are not yet known, and not knowing them is a condition that can be remedied, one careful measurement at a time. That is what she left behind. That is what the notebooks are trying to tell us, in their old, glowing, dangerous, irreplaceable language. That the work is never finished. That the work is the point. That the work, done with enough love and enough rigor and enough willingness to begin again when the beginning feels impossible, will outlast everything. The prizes, the headlines, the cataracts, the damaged hands, the fevers, the lead-lined boxes, the long forgetting and the sudden remembering. It will outlast even the woman who did it. And in that outlasting, she is more fully herself than she ever managed to be in any room, in any ceremony, in any photograph, in any version of her name written on any wall. She is the science. She always was. You have been listening to Marie Curie, The Unstoppable Element. On a quiet July morning in 1934, in a sanatorium facing the ancient, geological permanence of the French Alps, Marie Curie's relentless momentum finally came to rest. She passed away at the age of 66, her bone marrow failing from a lifetime of intimate, unprotected contact with the very elements she had brought to light. She was buried quietly, far from the grand lecture halls of the Sorbonne and the flashing cameras of the international press, leaving behind a world that had been fundamentally altered by her presence. Marie Curie famously lived by the conviction that scientific knowledge did not belong to any single individual, corporation, or country. It belonged to all of humanity, and the pursuit of truth was a collective project worthy of any sacrifice. Her true monument is not found in bronze statues or historical plaques, but in the living legacy of the institutions she built, the generations of pioneers she inspired, and the ongoing scientific conversation that she set in motion. Even today, nearly a century after her passing, the handwritten laboratory notebooks she left behind remain intensely radioactive, safely secured in lead-lined vaults in Paris, still physically hot, still glowing in the dark, still speaking the dangerous, irreplaceable language of her life's work. The boundaries she crossed were architectural, societal, and physical. She broke through the gates of an exclusionary academic establishment, challenged the limits of what a woman was permitted to achieve, and pushed past the edges of the visible world to reveal the restless, energetic nature of matter itself. The flame she lit in that drafty Paris shed continues to burn in research laboratories and medical clinics across the globe, a testament to the unyielding grit of an untamable mind. The work is never truly finished, the questions remain vast, but the path ahead was carved out, one careful measurement at a time, by a soul that refused to be stopped.